Your Excellency, Dr. Markic, Your Excellency, Mr. Oud, esteemed Excellencies, Ambassadors, respected scholars, muftis, deans, and professors, representatives of governmental authorities, representatives of economists, the halal industry and media, dear guests and dear friends. It's my great honor and pleasure to greet you on behalf of organizer and co-organizer and welcome you to the second European Halal Congress. The goal of this Congress is to exchange ideas and scientific knowledge to contribute to the promotion and development of the halal industry in Europe and worldwide. The industry is gaining increasing importance globally, and this Congress provides a unique opportunity to connect, to share experience and discuss future trends. It encompasses a wide range of products and services, including foods, including pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, tourism, and many other industries for which halal is significant. Our mission is to ensure that every aspect of these industries meets the highest standards of food safety, quality, and ethics in accordance with halal principles. Events like this are important for connecting halal certification bodies, accreditation bodies, manufacturers, educational institutions and researchers, governmental organizations, and leaders from various sectors. This is an opportunity to share innovation, research, and experience that can help advance our common mission. It allows to identify the challenges we face, to find common solutions that will lead us towards sustainable growth and development. This Congress is an opportunity to reflect our achievement and set the goals for the future. I believe that through collaboration, innovation, and dedication, we will achieve outstanding results that will benefit not only for our community, but also for the broader society. Today, we have speakers from Bosnia and Herzegovina, from United States, from Germany, from United Kingdom, France, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, Indonesia, Croatia, North Macedonia, who will deliver inspiring presentation of various topics divided into 6 sections, informing us about challenges and opportunities in the halal industry. In addition to the verbal presentation, I recommended that you view the poster presentation prepared and submitted by our authors. We will also have the opportunity to discuss collaboration, innovation, and sustainability. The value of this Congress is also enhanced by the publication resulting from it, including book of abstract and papers and journal of halal quality and certification. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who contributed to this organization of this Congress, especially for our sponsors, Boston Bank International as a gold sponsors, and Berdina Ptuj, IFCO Velvet Trade, Superior Food, Stara Čaršija, Finlay University, MBA Pekara Center, Solana, etc. Your support is crucial for the success of this event. And also want to thank the participants who have come from different parts of Europe and the world. Your presence and participation are invaluable. I hope this Congress will be fruitful in the exchange of knowledge, inspiration for all attendees, and step forward in strengthening the halal industry. Thank you again, and I wish you everyone a successful and productive Congress.
Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Poštovani prisutni, nedavno preminuli PH književnik Abdullah Sidrani jednom prilikom izrekao misao da mu je jasno odakle dolazi bolest, ali mu nije jasno odakle dolazi zdravlje. Ova misao, svojstvena vrsnom misliocu, vraća nas na ono zaista što je važno i što trebamo isticati, a to je vrijednost zdravlja i zdravog stila života u svakom pogledu. Kada u kontekstu islama govorimo o zdravlju, onda se uviđa jasna kosmička slika svijeta i čovjeka u njemu, po kojoj islam snažni i motivira svoje pripadnike da imaju aktivan odnos prema sebi, svom fizičkom, mentalnom i duhovnom zdravlju. ali ne samo to i tako egocentrično. Islam se živi u specifičnom prirodnom ambijentu, u društvenoj zajednici, a ne u izolaciji od svijeta, pa se s ovom cjelovitom vizijom očekuje da svaki čovjek participira u dobru te zajednice i njenom napretku i zdravlju. Naša generacija svjedoči naučno-istraživačkom, institucionalnom i organizacijskom rastu i razvoju ideje halala, kao jednog važnog i konkretnog segmenta učenja islama. Halal nije samo ishrana, halal je stanje uma i duše, halal je jednom riječju stil života. Interes za halalom već odavno nije samo muslimanska priča, jer svakodnevno se za halal interesuje sve veći broj ljudi različitih vjerskih i drugih uvjerenja, ali i brojne kompanije, industrije koje su prepoznale svoje interese u svemu ovome. Riječ je o industriji, tehnologiji sa snažnim razvojnim potencijalom. Tema halala je danas ponajmanje samo šerijsko-pravna, ona se uveliko udomašila u brojnim naučnim disciplinama budući da u manjoj ili većoj mjeri halal zahvata različita aspekta ljudskog života. Otuda ne treba čuditi da o ovoj temi piše ulema, fekihi, ali i brojni stručnjaci, naučnici, istraživači iz različitih naučnih polja, oblasti i disciplina. Raduje nas da smo na našim brojnim fakultetima ovdje u Bosni i Hercegovini, ali isto tako i svjetskim univerzitetima, kako na istoku, tako i na zapadu, svjedočili i svjedočimo različitim naučno-istraživačkim projektima, kongresima posvećene temi halala. Kod nas se, recimo, pored Fakulteta islamske nauke u Univerzitetu u Sarajevu, odbranjeni magistarski, masteri i doktorski radovi i na ekonomskom fakultetu, i tehnološkom fakultetu, i veterinarskom fakultetu, i brojnim drugim fakultetima, a na mnogim od njih su u procesima istraživanjima u toku o halalu. Očekujemo od ovoga kongresa da nastavimo dalje sa afirmacijom rada na projektu halala. Nama ovdje u Bosni i Hercegovini je važno da u principu halala govorimo na svim nivoima formalnog obrazovanja i da ova tema nađe svoje mjesto u udžbenicima i nastavnim satima u našim školama. Zdravi stilovi života kao predmet su u našem BiH društvu prepoznati kao vrijednost pa im se posvećuje pažnja u formalnom obrazovanju i za očekivati je i da halal kao jedan od tih stilova života bude prepoznat i prezentiran, budući je da je riječ ne samo o kulturi ishrane, nego o blagodatima ili resursima, ili kako mi ovdje u Bosni i Hercegovini kažemo, nimetima. Halal je danas dinamično polje istraživanja, ali budući da dolazim sa Univerziteta u Sarajevu, to je Fakulteta islamske nauka, da vas posjetim na riječi Allahovog poslanika da je halal jasan i da je haram jasan, a da je između njih mešku, sumnjivo i manje jasno područje između dva suprotna pola. Koliko god je ovo sumnjivo, ono je prisutno i zahtjeva našu pažnju jer je dio naše svakodnevnice i naših ljudskih života. Zadatak uleme je da analizira i donosi vjerski stav o njegovoj dozvoljenosti i zabranjenosti, ali to ne može uraditi sama, bez naučnog istraživačkog rada eksperata i različitih oblasti. Potreban je veliki napor da se sumnja otkloni, jer sumnjivo ne znači a priori da je zabranjeno. Sumnjivo je za mase i za one koji ne poznaju problematiku, ne vladaju znanjima i tako dalje, ali za naučnike, ulemu i eksperte, to je polje istraživanja i ijtihada. Mi u Bosni i Hercegovini imamo islamsku zajednicu kao autonomno uređuje i vodi svoje poslove i pomaže muslimanima i svojim članovima u brojnim aspektima življenja islama i servisira njihove vjerske i kulturne potrebe. Jedan od tih važnijih aspekata jeste da je islamska zajednica prepoznala potrebu uspostavljanja sistema halal, certificiranje različitih vrsta proizvoda i time učinila veliku uslugu ne samo vjernicima, nego i brojnim konzumentima brojnih proizvoda ovdje koje možemo vidjeti na našim trpezama i tržištima. Nauka nikada nije bila samo lokalna priča. Odnosno, znanje i pozitivne prakse su opće ljudsko dobro koja treba dijeliti i širiti. Otuda nam je važno da današnje okupljanje naučnika, eksperata i agencija iz Evrope i cijeloga svijeta ovdje u Sarajevu i rad ovoga kongresa, od kojeg očekujemo upravo to, razmjenu novih znanja, iskustava i pozitivnih praksi, kako bi dalje mogli svi zajedno da se razvijamo i vršimo svoju ljudsku i misijsku ulogu. Očekivanja su velika, ali očekivanja su i realna. Molim Allah Žešanu da pomogne da i ovaj naš skup i naš angažman na halalu bude od koristi i dobro po svi u nas. Hvala vam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, honorable participants, dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is indeed a privilege for me to address you at the European Halal Congress, which aims to contribute the development of halal in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as in the world in Europe. As SMIC, we are honored to be part of European Halal Congress, which is organized second year in a row. And I would like to start my speech expressing my sincere thanks to the Agency for Halal Quality Certification and other partners for their kind invitation and excellent arrangements. Distinguished guests, the world has likely never seen such rapid expansion of a sector as we have with halal industry. This remarkable growth has undoubtedly contributed significantly to the economies of Islamic nations, adding substantial value. And with this swift development come certain challenges that we must address with care and utmost attention. Use of common halal standards and reliable halal certificates are one of the most challenging issues that we have been struggling to address throughout these years. Acknowledging that halal is a must for us has put all relevant actors under spotlight and given them a great responsibility to shoulder. And as SMIC, we are one of the main actors. We develop common standards and expect them to be used and adopted all around the world. Halal is ours, so the responsibility to provide and protect halal is also ours. In this regard, consumers, producers, first certifiers, accreditation bodies, and standards organizations, as well as their roles, are very essential in raising halal awareness and ensuring its continuity. SMIC, as the only competent body of the OIC in halal field, is the umbrella bringing member states, experts, and stakeholders all together in order to prepare professional and reliable standards through a consensus-based transparent system. These standards are aimed at facilitating trade between the OIC members and at the same time ensuring the protection of Muslim consumers by setting technical requirements and Islamic rules in all aspects of life. Honorable participants, today we are witnessing that the halal industry has become an integral part of OIC countries' economies. Halal is now an entire ecosystem of interactive communities made up of various types of industry stakeholders, along with their physical environments, and has capacity to contribute to the economy. And this ecosystem needs professionally developed standards to protect its integrity so that all Muslim countries and Muslim communities could benefit from. Therefore, I place great significance to the organization of these events, which provide us with the opportunity to articulate our views and perspectives while also listening to diverse viewpoints from around the world. In particular, I hope that the Congress organized by the Bosnia and Herzegovina as one of our esteemed observers will serve a platform for us to leverage our collective wisdom, experiences, ideas, proposals, and deliberations. Through this gathering, we aim to fortify our presence in the global halal industry. We must constantly follow our guiding compass, exerting diligent effort, and fostering collaboration to achieve positive outcomes from our collective endeavors. It is crucial to remember that success is attainable only through unwavering commitment, effective cooperation, and execution of our duties with professionalism, drawing on the best practices and experiences. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Vessalatu vesselamu ala Resulina Muhammed ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ecmaîn. Excellencies, dear participants, I would like to convey my sincere respects to all distinguished organizers, panelists, and audiences coming from all over the world. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you. Before beginning to my speech, I would like to say a few words regarding the Israeli atrocities in Palestine. I condemn, personally, the Israeli attacks on Palestinian people, wish Allah's mercy upon our Palestinian brothers and sisters who lost their lives and a speedy recovery of the wounded. The siege and inhuman attacks aimed to deprive the Palestinian people in Gaza of their most basic rights must be stopped, targeting Gaza residents en masse without discrimination. We know that the population of Muslims in the world is increasing rapidly and become nearly 2 billion. And in parallel with the increase, the halal goods and services market is also emerging rapidly. The awareness of the Muslim population on halal consumption increases day by day, and the need for halal certification for ensuring the Islamic requirements is also increasing. But we know that nowadays, halal certified products and services have become a consumer priority, sought and preferred not only by Muslims but also by all mankind, due to being halal as well as clean and healthy. However, as a result of the different needs of different countries from different historical backgrounds, the halal certification sector unfortunately exhibits a fragmented structure. In today's world, where the free movement of products and services is at the highest level, this creates a big technical barrier to international trade. This is the same product can be subject to more than one halal certification activity in line with the different needs of different Muslim countries. And this leads to additional cost, time, and labor loss. And this also causes confusion in the minds of the consumers as well as injures their sense of trust. Valuable sisters and brothers, we need to ensure that consumers have reliable access to halal certified products and services, and also need to facilitate the circulation of these products and services in international trade in this field. For this purpose, it is important to establish a reliable halal certification system operating at the global level for the consumers to trust the products and services claiming to be halal, and for the international trade of these products to continue increasingly free from technical barriers. Therefore, what we need is a holistic approach for halal certification that meets all the needs of consumers, producers, and service providers, and the governments. This is possible with establishment of a common halal quality infrastructure consisting of a smoothly functioning standardization and accreditation mechanism. Halal standards should be prepared with the consensus of the relevant parties as a result of a standardization activity that takes into account the feedback from the public authorities and sector representatives, and the sensitivities of the consumers as well. It also must be an applicable, understandable, clear, and comprehensive system that can be accepted internationally and must not be a local national system. It must include the relevant technical requirements with references to other globally accepted standards as well as requirements of our religion. For these reasons, Turkey, although having a strong quality infrastructure with a long history in this domain, adopted the standards issued by the SMIC instead of preparing its own standards. The existence of the HAC is the most concrete indicator of the importance that Turkey, as an active member of OIC and its affiliated body of SMIC, gives to halal quality infrastructure domain. Last, the HAG is struggling for a better halal quality infrastructure, not only in Turkey, but also all over the world. For removing technical barriers to halal certified trade among OIC members, and also for ensuring the trust of consumers, all Islamic countries should cooperate with each other with taking harmonized standards into account and giving utmost importance to a comprehensive certification approach. So, what we have done as a HAG till now for the realization. I may say that in such an important field, we try to increase the cooperation among Islamic countries. We signed memorandum of understandings and cooperation protocols, and also established an international organization called the Islamic Forum for Halal Accreditation Bodies, IHAB, as an affiliated body of OIC. It's a keystone organization to achieve this goal. I will give more information about the IHAB in my presentation, inshallah. As Turkey, we care about not only certification within the scope of the common halal standards, but also the establishment of a common mechanism based on accreditation for multilateral recognition of halal certificates based on SMIC standards. Thanks to all audiences for giving their precious time for listening to me, and also thanks to the organizers for this valuable event, for giving this opportunity to me for speaking to such a distinguished guest. Assalamu alaikum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency, as well as ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It's an honor to be here today to discuss the topic of profound importance to everybody, our industry, worldwide communities, about significance of halal certification as well as some accreditations, and this role of this Halal Congress to fostering a scientific approach within the halal industry. Halal certification is a vital process that ensures products and services comply with Islamic law, offering assurance to the million of Muslim consumers about the permissibility and the quality of what the consumer are going to use. The certification is not merely a religious formality, but is also very rigorous standards of hygiene, safety, and ethical treatment, which all universally beneficial. The importance of halal certification extends beyond consumer confidence. For business, it opens doors to the vast market across the globe, contributing to the economic growth and fostering the international trade. By adhering to the halal standards, companies demonstrate their commitment to the ethical practices which can enhance their reputation and consumer trust. However, maintaining the integrity and authenticity of the halal certification requires a scientific approach. This is where the Halal Congress play a crucial role. These congresses provide a platform for the scholars, industry leaders, scientists, and regulators to converge, exchange knowledge, discuss advancement in halal science and technology. They are instrumental in addressing the contemporary challenges such as food safety, biotechnology, and emerging scientific methods. Through collaboration, research, and dialogues at these congresses, we can ensure that halal certification evolve with the time, which staying true to its fundamental principle. Scientific research can uncover more evidence and accurate methods of verification, from DNA, barcoding to traceability systems, enhancing the reliability of the halal certification process. Furthermore, Halal Congress fosters a global network of professional commitment to the continued improvement in the halal industry. This network is essential for the standardizing practices across different regions, ensuring consistency and addressing any discrepancies that may arise due to the cultural or geographical differences. In conclusion, the importance of halal certification and Halal Congress cannot be overstated. They are a pillar that uphold the integrity, growth, and scientific rigors of the halal industry. By embracing a scientific approach and fostering international collaboration, we can ensure that halal industry continue to thrive, meeting the needs of the consumer and businesses alike with the highest standards of quality and ethics. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much.
Dear all, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah and good morning for everybody. First of all, I would like to express thankful for Agency of Halal Certification from Tuzla for organizing this meeting, this Congress, this second Congress. I know they took big effort to organize that and make connection between all of us and connect people from all parts from the world. Also, I would like to express congratulations for establishing Journal of Halal Quality and Certification as well Book of Abstract and Certification. It is second Halal Congress and we now have 5 periodical. I hope periodical continue will be published in next period. This is the biggest value, one of the biggest value of this Congress because that have a long-term value from next generation. This year on the Congress participate more than 30 authors of papers. We have 30 abstract, one book of abstract, as well 8 full of papers. It is a big success of this Congress because this knowledge will keep in the future for next generation. I would like to express again congratulations and thankful for all participants who participate organizing this Congress, as well to make yield to that this Congress receive a big scientific and expert value from halal area. Thank you very much again. I will translate very shortly on Bosnian language. Znači, zavalio sam se svima što su i posebno Agenciji za certificiranje halal kvalitete. Ove godine imamo 30 radova koji će biti predstavljeni danas i sutra i također to je veliki uspjeh za sljedeće generacije, ovih 5 publikacija. Evo, meni je bilo zadovoljstvo da sam bio urednik, Damir je bio glavni odgovorni uredarin, mi je bio urednik. Evo, uspjeli smo nakon dugo vremena da se uspostavi i kongres i ove periodike koje imaju svoju trajnu vrijednost. Zahvaljujem svima, thank you very much, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Bismillahi walhamdulillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Vaša ekscelencijo, gospodine Ihsan Obuk, uvažene ekscelencije ambasadori, poštovana ulemo, muftije, dekani i profesori, predstavnici zakonodavne i izvršne vlasti, predstavnici privrede, halal industrije i predstavnici medija, sve vas srdačno selamim i pozdravljam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Izuzetno mi je zadovoljstvo i čast što vam se mogu obratiti danas na drugom Europskom Halal Kongresu ovdje u Sarajevu. Kao izaslanik Reisul uleme islamske zajednice u Bosni i Hercegovini, doktora Huseina Efendije Kavazovića i kao direktor uprave za vjerske poslove izražavam srdačnu dobrodošlicu svim gostima, posebno onima koji su došli iz daleka kako bi prisustvovali ovom važnom događaju. Halal je jedno od najznačajnijih pitanja za muslimane i za muslimanske zajednice širom svijeta. Kao što znamo, halal nije samo koncept koji se odnosi na prehrambene proizvode. On je sveobuhvatan način života koji se odnosi na sve aspekte našeg postojanja, od načina na koji zarađujemo naš imetak do onoga što konzumiramo. Halal je preduvjetni program za muslimane koji se odnosi na obavezu sticanja imetka na halal način, kao i na obavezu konzumiranja proizvoda i usluga koje su halal.
Značajno je da se halal izučava u pogledu islamskih propisa, kako bismo osigurali da naše prakse budu u skladu sa šerijaskim normama. Islamska zajednica u Bosni i Hercegovini prepoznaje ovu važnost i daje snažnu podršku organizaciji i razvoju halala. U današnjem dobu pitanje halala i halal industrije postaje sve kompleksnije. Globalizacija, tehnološki napredak i promjene u društvenim normama donose nove izazove, ali i nove prilike. Da bismo osigurali pouzdan sistem halal certificiranja proizvoda i usluga, neophodni su planiranje, dobra organiziranost i sinergija između različitih aktera. U tom kontekstu ponosni smo na našu agenciju za certificiranje halal kvalitete, koja predstavlja respektabilnog autoriteta u oblasti halal certificiranja. Ovaj kongres predstavlja jedinstvenu priliku za razmjenu znanja, iskustava i najboljih praksi. Međutim, za razvoj halala i halal industrije potrebna je kontinuirana podrška vladinih organizacija, naučno-istraživačkih institucija, finansijskog sektora te same industrije. Samo zajedničkim radom možemo postići naše ciljeve i osigurati da halal standardi budu globalno prepoznati i prihvaćeni. Saradnja relevantnih organizacija i pojedinaca u oblasti halala doprinosi boljoj kvaliteti proizvoda i usluga. Također, ovakva saradnja omogućava razvoj i pozicioniranje halala na svjetskom nivou. Moramo raditi zajedno kako bismo stvorili integrisani sistem koji će osigurati da svi muslimani imaju pristup pouzdanim i kvalitetnim halal proizvodima i uslugama. Braćo i sestre, dame i gospodo, naša misija je jasna. Moramo se posvetiti daljnjem razvoju halal industrije i unapređenju sistema halal certificiranja. Kroz edukaciju, istraživanje i saradnju možemo postići značajan napredak. Na ovaj način ne samo da ćemo ispuniti potrebe muslimanske zajednice, već ćemo također doprinijeti globalnoj ekonomiji u društvenom razvoju. Na kraju, želim se zahvaliti organizatorima kongresa, svim učesnicima i govornicima, te svima vama koji ste ovdje prisutni. Nadam se da će naši razgovori i razmjena ideja na ovom kongresu biti plodni i korisni. Neka nas Allah dželešanuhu vodi i blagoslovi u našim nastojanjima da promoviramo halal i da unaprijedimo našu privredu i zajednicu. Želim vam uspješan rad tokom ova 2 dana kongresa i da se ugodno osjećate ovdje u Sarajevu. U tom smislu, drugi Europski halal kongres proglašavam otvorenim. Hvala vam i assalamu alaikum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear brothers and sisters, thank you, Mr. Mian, for giving first speaker. Sometimes easy, sometimes difficult to be first speaker. Not due to be short, but I will try to finish in 15 minutes. In my presentation, I will shortly speak about CIMIC and then something about standardization, quality infrastructure, and I will introduce CIMIC and CIMIC policy and introduce our standards. Since we have some speakers, we have same area like Mr. Beşli, he said he will talk about the IFHAP in details. I will shortly say something about IFHAP, but in details, since they are the main member of the IFHAP, he will give the more details. And then I finished with some words. SNIC is an international organization established by treaties, intergovernmental organization established by the governments, and our headquarters in Istanbul. But SNIC has some objective like to develop all kinds of standards, but our priorities on halal standards. We are looking at achieve uniformity in some quality infrastructure like standardization, testing methods, certification, etc. And then we have project for LDC countries, helping them for the develop their structure for the future of the economy of their countries. And then we are working on the establishment conformity assessment scheme is made for the halal accreditation and certification areas. We have 47 countries, 44 full members, 3 is observers. Bosnia and Herzegovina is one of them, like Thailand and Russian Federation. Our mission, if you look, mission we says to create an infrastructure that improves the economy, welfare, and protects of the member states. It means we are just concentrate on the infrastructure of the countries and look their welfare. And then I don't want to details our mission and strategic plan. It can be found from our website. Here I want to talk about 2 terms important for the quality infrastructure: standardization. If you don't have same standards, you cannot establish any single systems, any joint structure and one structure for all countries. That means we should have single standards. Problem in halal sector is still we have, in reality we have different country approaches, standards approaches. Some countries like Malaysia has many standards, but like Indonesia have single document, they say quality assurance system, etc. These are approach of the country. Go to the Middle East, they have Gulf standards. We have still go to some countries, they have their own unique, but not standards, cannot be standards. Standards should be a document prepared by consensus. In these countries I mentioned, they not by consensus, by authority. Authority is launching some documents, and then they are using, like for example, in Indonesia, is Ministry of Religious publish a lot of documents and ask people follow this document. Not easy for us to understand. But in our understanding in the West, modern world, we say everything should be transparent. And with the consensus and the contribution of all stakeholders, from the universities to certifiers to consumers, everybody should be inside, and adopted by the real authority, and then should be commonly used, not by a single authority. This country, like I said, Malaysia, Indonesia, only one authority is responsible and make cooperation with the international, but main authority is single. But in our system, standards is for all. Many actors should be in the sector. And then it should be repeated by everybody and can be voluntary. This is the meaning of standards. We are seeing the stakeholders. But important terminology is quality infrastructure. Second, what is infrastructure? Each country should have this system about standardization, metrology, accreditation, conformity assessment. Conformity assessment include many other subsectors like certification, inspection, management systems, testing and calibration, etc., etc. You are seeing here the World Bank launched many years ago. This scheme for all countries should have national standard bodies, national accreditation bodies, national metro institutions. These are 3 public areas. These should be by government or supported or approved by government, but this authority of the public. Under these three institutions, there are conformity assessments. Conformity assessment can be done by governmental, semi-governmental organization, independent organization, or private sectors. This is open market for all related peoples who want to be act in the system. Here we are talking about when back to our life, halal economy, what we need. We need single standards, single certification methods, not certification bodies, methods, bodies. We need accreditation bodies. This umbrella is for conformity of assessment of the halal sector. What we will do in CIVIC, in the OIC level, nearly 10 years, discuss how a system for the halal sector should be established, so announce the words, and then finally, 4 years ago, our board of directors adopt this scheme, the pyramid from bottom to top. You can see the bottom, manufacturers, service providers, producers are in the bottom. There are a lot of standards for products, for services, etc. In second level, in the pyramid, certification bodies, they are key actors in the system, because we are seeing on the market logo of the certification bodies. It means they are between the authority, government authority, and producers, and then all responsibilities for halal products under the shoulder, on the shoulder of the certification bodies. Many responsibilities going to them from producers, coming from accreditation bodies. They control by both sides, sometimes under pressure of the accreditation bodies, sometimes under pressure of the market, and then all responsibility, halalness, on their shoulder, because we are trust on them. We are seeing, when we look at the market with the products, we are seeing the logo of a halal certification bodies, not producers, not accreditation bodies. This is very important. It means we need strong accreditation bodies. If we don't have strong accreditation bodies, we cannot easily trust on the logos. So at the third level, we need real accreditation bodies. They doing their job professionally and have a lot of control on the certification bodies. Single system, I mean single system, not many accreditation bodies, one accreditation bodies for one company. And this accreditation should be approved, so recognized by others. In the bottom, in the top, sorry, we have a new authority, as Mr. Mustafa said, IFHAB, new organization of the OIC is established. Now system is ready. This is our system. We say namely OIC Global Halal Quality Infrastructure, and then we send to all countries, OIC members, OIC itself, to follow this system. Slowly, we are going to see this system in the country. Now Turkey is ready, some countries ready. Malaysia is going to start, inshallah, next year. 2 weeks ago, we have a training program with the all authority in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, a training program for them, how they will transfer to the OIC model or Islamic Islamic model, inshallah. Next year, they will start to be part of this system. In the future, we will want to see Indonesia also. If what Mr. Mustafa will say, he will give the details about this organization, new authority, last year established by the OIC, March 2023 in Mauritania. It will be affiliated to the OIC, it will be in Jeddah. Follow the Islamic rules, like ISO, IF, ILAC model. There will be MOU between Islamic and IFHAB, responsibility clear, inshallah. You can see the resolution about IFHAB. some rules be clear. CEMIC will develop all type standards. Accreditation body-wise member states will control the certification bodies according to CEMIC 2, and then they themselves will be operative according to our CEMIC 3. We have accreditation council. As a council will help this authority for the necessary documents. There will be MRA, which will go there. What the benefit of this MRA? MRA will bring a lot of facilitation on trade, for the governments, for the economy, for the consumers, for business. There will be, we will avoid a lot of things. The duplicate works will stop. One time accredited, one time certificate, and accept everywhere. It is Bosnia accredited by any countries, accreditation bodies. This product of certified in Bosnia will accept in all member states, OIC member states. There will be free market for them. What the result of the system will be done with traceability. There will be real trust on the halal certification, mutual documentation, inshallah will be done, and the system will be managed professionally. And inshallah we will diminish technical barriers to trade after this fully operative system, inshallah. We want to see end of this year. Tomorrow, after tomorrow, they have board meeting. I think in November they will have General Assembly before 15th of November. And then in this General Assembly, they will launch the system and the statute, etc. Inshallah, we are big on. So the last part of my presentation, don't want to go to take off all my activities in our system, because our main responsibility to develop standards, to bring standards for halal, for other issues. Our standards for all OIC members. That reason we are saying OIC CEMIC standards, not just for CEMIC members, for all OICs. In the system we have technical committees, like each technical, like international organization, have special price titles, working programs, business plan, and secretary given to the member states permanently, and then working as have membership as full member, observer members, and experts. And we have international experts, like Mian is one of our experts. We have in different countries who are famous in halal researchers. We are using the DOL standard. In standard, I can show the last about standardization. What is Islamic rule in our standards? We have to say standards are not holy documents, standards not fiqh document, but include a lot of Islamic rules, include a lot of fatwas. If standards bring a new fatwas, we will be dilemma in the standards should not bring any new fatwas. Fatwas should be come from scholars, from the sheikh, real platform like academies and then Müftiyat, in Turkey, Diyanat, etc. Fatwa not from our side, but in the sectors, we are main authority for the fatwa. We are receiving fatwa only from International Islamic Academy, IIF, the OIC subsidiary organs. There is in about sectors, standardization, accreditation, and certification. There is a general fatwa. Key person in the system should be Muslim, and the accreditation body certification owner should be owned by and directed by Muslims, and key person in the sector should be Muslim. If any organization has something suspect about the management, about the direction, about ownership against Islamic, this cannot be recognized, cannot be part of the system. If some mistake done, we have to solve and close this type of company and withdraw them from the system, because we have to have real Islamic approach to companies. There should be real Islamic ID we should have. Just show the last part. This one. Good. Okay. Standard is a long trip. Not easy to standards. Mr. Jawad says standards need you have to fight with many actors, but from 6 months to 3 years, a standard can be developed. If you have a mature, you can use the shortest path, but from the working, developing standards and send the member states to state committee level, and so the all stakeholders, we say, inquiry level, each level you have to wait 2 months, 3 months sometimes, give the chance for voting and publishing. In the CIVIC we published till now 57 standards, 20 of them about halal, and then say we have 20 standards about halal. In key sectors, key areas, we already have many standards. Now we are going to develop new standards for different sectors like testing methods, etc. for the future. But just say 3 standards very important. CIVIC 1 is for general requirement for halal food. These standards can be used for all type of food and related sectors as a key standards. But now we are going to do more detailed standards about products. CIVIC 2 is for certification bodies, 3 is for the accreditation bodies. We have some sectors like cosmetic, like tourism, halal supply chain, etc., etc. You can share my presentation with anyone. Last word, I want to say our standard is part of common study, and our platform, CIVIC platform, is for the all stakeholders, and then by CIVIC customer for the all Muslim, all related parties. I want to thank to our host country, Bosnia and Herzegovina. They are also active, very active in our standardization work in tourism, in food, etc. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'll be talking about situation in USA, mostly that status and what's the prospect of the halal accreditations of certified bodies in the USA. And this is going to be my background. If you can see that, we'll talk about regulatory environment, accreditation process, industry standards, consumer trust, and challenges, and then the future outlook, whatever we have it. Halal certification, that background. Halal is not something new. It was written in the Quran 1400 years ago. If you can find that very old Quran, you will see that it was there, our food laws. And 50 years ago, there was no concept of halal certification. It just started 50 years ago. And food was always prepared at home, where we slaughter our own animals, slaughter our own birds, and your family member will prepare the food. There was no complex ingredient. I remember when I was growing up, I used to take my wheat to the pin mills. I would grind it, make a flour, and somebody at home just add the water. Just adding the water, we make a dough and we make a bread. Therefore, what did I add in there? Just one ingredient, water, or maybe small salt. But today, if you find a bread, you find there's 40 different ingredients in the bread, same bread, which I used to make it with just water and salt, but now we have add 40 different ingredients in order to make it more stable, so it does not stale, it stay more shelf life, and that's when the concern comes in, that just adding that 40 ingredients will make our life complicated. Also, because halal certification was important, if you can see it, a Muslim population was increasing in non-Muslim country, and we are getting a lot of food ingredients from non-Muslim country coming to Muslim country, and that also created a lot of interest about halal certification. And I just want to give you some idea, I don't know if you know or not. Prior to, I mentioned 20th century, there was no concept of halal, but if you 1970, that's when the halal started. And we have increasingly started importing ingredients from the non-Muslim country to the Muslim country. And I just want to give you some thoughts. If you go home and if you are trying to eat some of your food, to see how many miles your food have traveled. Just to give you an example, if you're sitting in UK and your apples may have traveled 3,700 miles, your banana has maybe traveled from Costa Rica 5,000 miles, your asparagus from Peru 6,000, 3,000 miles, Argentina, beef, pears 6,900 miles, and list goes on. You can see there Thailand, New Zealand, if you're getting a lamb, that has traveled 11,700 miles. Therefore, there's a food travel a lot before it goes to your plate. Therefore, if you are having a drink at home, you do not know how many miles your drink has traveled, the ingredients they have used to make that one. Your strawberry may have traveled 400 miles, and of course some other dessert and also the ice cream may have traveled 21,000 miles. Therefore, when food travel that much, we are concerned about the halal issues and all that. Therefore, here is some of that common example I'm going to give you. If you're going to have a sneaker today, the salt, the egg, the sunflower, the vanilla, the cocoa, the sugar syrup, the soya, the peanut, the coconut oil, the palm oil may have traveled 50,791 miles before you got sneaker. If you are a food scientist, you should tell me how can you have a palm oil, a coconut oil travel that many miles before it gets spoiled. We have to process that one. We have to add a lot of stuff into it to make it stable. And then if you have a Coke this morning or yesterday or whatever, it has water, phosphoric acids, coca leaf, sugar, caramel. It has traveled maybe, you can see that how many miles it has traveled, around 1,719 miles travel in order to make that ingredient. Also ketchup, if you're trying to eat the ketchup this morning, again we have vinegars, tomatoes, sugars, and they have traveled maybe 18,804 miles. And then if you have a McDonald's burger this morning, you will see there's a lot of different ingredients. They have traveled 8,050 miles. And list goes on. If you have coffee this morning, you have a coming ingredients from Guatemala, Colombia, Ethiopia, Sumatra, and Kenya. Tell me how many miles they have traveled before it comes to you, and what is your integrity of the ingredient. Therefore, my point was here, the food is global. You do not know where your food is grown, where it's been processed, and where it came from. Food may have grown in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, have traveled to Middle East, got processed there, traveled from there to USA to further process, then went to Europe to add the ingredients, then went back again to this country. On the whole process, we add a lot of stuff in it. We do not know what we're adding in. I'm going to give you a few more examples so you can see, do your homework. This is a vegetarian pizza. Everybody thinks vegetarian pizza is halal. You can see that olive, if you are using the olive, have traveled again 5,000 miles, tomato 2,900 miles, California red onions, you can see 3,000 miles, peppers, Canadian wheat, mushrooms. If you are a food scientist, tell me how can you travel the mushrooms all the way around 5,000 miles before it got spoiled. I have seen with my own eyes, the mushroom got blanched at the same facility where we are blanching it, all the hams and the beans and everything in it. They have to blanch it, cook it before they can ship 5,000 miles. Therefore, you do not know when they are processing it, in which condition they are processing it. That's what is required. Basically, you need it, your certification. Also, I was interested to see how many different countries are involved to make one chicken nuggets. If you are eating a chicken nuggets today, you may have your chicken coming from Brazil, your vegetable oil coming from United Arab Emirates, your stabilizer coming from Germany, your spices coming from India, your salt is coming from Germany, also Dexter coming from China, you have India coming from flavors, also Spain from emulsifier, Dexter vegetable protein from India, and of course wheat coming from United Arab Emirates, Canada, Australia, Pakistan, Paraguay, milk powder from Finland, and breadcrumb from UK. There are 15 countries involved to make one chicken nuggets. Therefore, do you know how they are shipping the materials, how you are getting it? That's when the certification comes in. And one last example, because everybody loves to eat chips. And I was trying to tell my kids also, it's very simple. Everybody loves to eat chips, right? Potato chips, a snack, what do you call it? And if you look on the ingredients, I was reading these ingredients on the chip flavors, potato chips flavor. And I was looking into a dextrose coming from UK, Russia, coming from sunflower, maltodextrin, Germany, and then of course list goes on, and you can see that how many different countries are involving to make one your chips packet. That is my background, let you know the why we need a certification. What was the issue with certification? Therefore, let's talk about regulatory environment. In some countries, we have a halal certification bodies regulated by the government. Example will be Malaysia, Indonesia, where they control that. If you remember that, Malaysia was the first pioneer country to start halal certification in 1974. 1980, their first halal certified body was established to monitor the halal standards. And now globally, we have more than 400 certifying agencies with more than 15 to 20 in the USA. And they have their own office in the Prime Minister office. They regulate everything in Malaysia. They have their also all the buildings there. Therefore, they started their first certificate in 1982.
Then of course they have proper scheme for us. You follow the guidelines to get the certification accreditation. You submit your application from there and you follow these steps there to get the certification. Then after that Indonesia started. Usually what happened there were a lot of students who were strike because they learned about that they are eating a food fry which was in the lard. And that's when there's a lot of agitation started in Indonesia, and that's when basically the government asked the Indonesian religious organization MUI to look into that. Therefore, now they have started also a accreditation body known as the assessment LP form, and then also they have a scheme there that you can follow. You can follow all the scheme to get the halal certification. Therefore, you have a whole process there. Whereas you can see here, you can submit your applications and then you go one by step, they do the audits, they do different things there, and then over the end, of course, you get the halal certification. This is basically the scheme that they have in this country because it's controlled by the government. In USA, that's my topic, does not have any centralized regulatory agencies. We do not have any dedicated special rules regulation for halal. This decentralization allows us to have a operate whatever they want to operate, whatever standard they want to use it, because we don't have any standards there, because we have all our different standards in the USA. I was looking for that. I mentioned there's 15 to 20 USA halal certifying bodies, and I was looking just recently, and there was only on March 21st, there's only 5 of them halal certifying bodies from the US who are accredited by Indonesians. Therefore, all other 15s are working without any accreditations. That's the issue we have there. Therefore, basically, if there's no mandatory accreditation requirement in the USA, and therefore some of that halal certified body will do it voluntarily to get their international recognitions, some of them will not do it, and some of them just want to make sure they are following the rules and regulation. Some of them, accreditation is not easy. It takes a lot of involvement, rigorous evaluation, certifying body process, how they do the audit before they do the accreditation for you. Therefore, there are a lot of challenges comes up to the halal certifying body in the USA, which we perceive that, of course, you have it halal standards according to Islamic law, but there's different halal standards for each of the certified body in the USA. They follow their own strict rules depending upon whatever school of thought you follow that. Industry standards, we have it, we just heard about it from Smith, we have their standards. We have GSO standards, we have Jakim standards, we have Singapore standards, we have MUI standards, and we have also Thailand standard. Which standard should I use in USA? Which standard should I use that one? Because I don't have accreditation body, I don't have any obligations. I can use whatever convenient to me. That's what happened in the USA. Consumer trust. We have a lot of Orthodox Muslims in there, new generations, they follow very strict rules and regulation. Therefore, because lack of halal standard of different school of thoughts will create a lot of issues there. For example, if you can see it, our school of thoughts, Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, and Abu Imam Ahmad, they all said we must invoke our tasmiyah to that slaughtering one. Whenever the Imam Shafi said you don't need to do that one. That creates a lot of issues. Which standard should the industry follow? And that is the issue there. Therefore, there's a lot of challenge for the US halal industry. There's no any halal standards that they can follow. Sometimes they make the product, it's been rejected from one place but accepted in other state. One of the shipment went to United Arab Emirates, Dubai rejected, Sharjah accepted. The same food. Why? Because different standards in the same country. So there's no global benchmark, there's no universal halal standards, there's a lot of higher cost, production cost to create food in different standards, and therefore it is also using a permissible method of slaughtering, by hand slaughtering or non-slaughtering, you want stunning or non-stunning, these are all the issues there for them. Therefore there's a lot of complications. There are several attempts has been made, but as of right now, none is successful in the USA. Therefore this is a challenge that we see it in USA. Food industry facing a very serious challenge. They're confused, they're looking for direction, which standard they should use. Cargill, Nestle, all the big companies. They want to follow one standard. They cannot follow 5 different standards to export their product 5 different countries. That costs a lot of money. Therefore, as I mentioned that, they have to produce a food which will be globally accepted. And they cannot make the food which is only accepted in one region, not accepted in other region. That's a major concern. Therefore, some of the characteristics that I found in the USA, we can classify them. Business model, some of them for profit, some of them for non-profit. Some of them have halal certification scheme. They're depending upon how many certificates they issue every time. and also if they are accredited, not accredited, and of course some of them only do for domestic, for USA, some of them do the international. These are some of the characteristics. What are the similarities in the US? They all follow halal, of course based upon the Holy Quran and Hadith. They all have a similar approach, such as they do the audit on site, they do the annual audit, they verify all the documents, halal requirement, they go there and inspect the facility, and of course their application require like 1 to 2 months, and they have to have one auditor at least, bachelor in science or arts, which can go and do that certification. What are the differences? Main difference between halal certified bodies are they use different standards. Halal applies to some of the halal standard, that means very, very strict, and some of them not strict. For example, that JSO Malaysian standard and Civic standards all allow stunning, but of course some of them in the US standards, they don't allow the stunning. They want only hand slaughter. I know a lot of consumers there, they only want non-stun hand slaughter meat, they do not want any other meat there. But we have all the standards and they follow that. Some of that certifying body, they will do it when they do the kosher slaughter, the front half is kosher, the rest of them go to the halal. They accept that, issue the certificate for them because it was slaughtered by the same school of our book, like Jews, and the Jews don't accept the hindquarters, therefore that goes to the halal and the front one go to the kosher. The same cow, half is halal and half is kosher, and they issue the certificate based upon that one as well. If I summarize that all, that characteristics, as I mentioned that, there are several of them are non-profit organization in USA, some of them are for profit, some of them do a certification for food, some of them do the chemicals, some of them do the cosmetics, some of them do for the meat, some of them do for the vaccine. Not every certifying body in the USA have an expert in the vaccine. There's a lot of issue on the vaccine halal certification. Not every certified body has a chemical engineer to certify all the chemicals. Not everybody have the pharmaceuticals, they do the pharmas and the cosmetics, the chemical engineers, all these things. They have one auditors maybe, and they are science major. Therefore they don't understand any of the processing complexity. Some of them only do it 100 certificate per year, some of them do it 200, some of them do it 10,000 certificate per year. Also, some of them are accredited from the GAC, IAC, JOKIM, MUIs, and SMIC, and MUI. Some of them is not at least accredited. Some of them only do it for domestic use, some of them do it internationally. Some of them do for 1 year certificate, some of them do for 3 year certificate. Also, duration takes from 1 to 4 weeks, sometimes takes 8 weeks, sometimes takes 12 weeks, depending upon your organization, how many people are working there. Also, if you can see there, audit requirements, some of them said only one auditor, some of them 2, some of them 3, some of them we have to have religious auditor with them all the time. 2 technical auditor, 1 religious auditor must go there for the inspection. And of course, competency, some of them BS science major, some of them have arts major, have some religious knowledge, they must have a doctor of veterinary medicine if you're going to do a halal slaughter. Therefore, the prospect for the halal certificate in USA, it is basically halal accreditation certifying body in US reflect a dynamic landscape shaped by the various factors, such as regulatory framework, industry standards, consumer preference. Therefore, we have to follow these, our landscape in order to get successful there. What's the future of look like in the USA? All the halal market continue to grow and evolve. There may be increased emphasis, standardization, harmonization, accreditation requirement, greater collaborations, certifying body, collaboration between the industry stakeholders, certifying body, accreditation body, regulatory agency, and of course also have to address some of the challenges that drive further growth in the halal. And to summarize my presentation, that's why halal accreditation of certified body in the US is not mandatory. It plays an important role in enhancing the credibility, consumer trust in the halal certified food, and continue efforts to improve accreditation process, promote standardization, address challenges will be the crucial for the continued development of the halal industry in the USA. With that, thank you very much. If you want to learn more about it, I have published these 2 books about halal. One is the first one is also translated to the Korean, Chinese, as well as Persian language, and this one just came up. This is the halal food that is also in English. Thank you very much. I will be happy to answer any question we have maybe after the talk. Thank you.
I would like to convey my sincere respect to all the signature audiences. May peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah upon you. In this important session, I would like to talk about the role of trust regarding halal trade and Turkey's experience in halal accreditation. As the very beginning, I want to ask the question, why is there a need for halal certification? As you see from the slide, there are several ingredients produced all around the world. The source is halal. How may we be sure that the sources of products or additives or other ingredients inside them are halal? Sure, this is possible thanks to halal certification. So, as a trustworthy halal certification guarantees us halal access to products. Therefore, halal certification is mainly an element of trust among consumers and other stakeholders. However, as a result of the different needs of different countries from different historical backgrounds, the halal certification sector, unfortunately, exhibits a fragmented structure around the world. In today's world, where the free movement of products and services is at the highest level, this creates a big technical barrier to international trade. Thus, the same product can be subject to more than one halal certification activity in line with the different needs of different Muslim markets. This leads to additional cost, time, and labor loss. And this also causes confusion in the minds of the consumers as well as injures their sense of trust. Therefore, what we need is a holistic approach for halal certification that meets all the needs of the consumers, producers, and service providers, and the governments. This is possible with establishment of a common halal quality infrastructure consisting of a smoothly functioning standardization and accreditation mechanism. Certification and accreditation are among the concepts that play a critical role in constructing the halal quality infrastructure that ensures the formation, maintenance, and development of the halal certified product and services market. The concepts of certification and accreditation enable all consumers worldwide to have access to reliable, hygienic, and high-quality products and services. Today, with 2 billion Muslims and the preferences of non-Muslims, the market for halal product and services, excluding finance, has reached a size of $2.3 trillion. However, this rapidly growing market has not adopted a certification approach based on internationally accepted harmonized standards. This fragmented structure in the global area brings several obstacles, such as technical barriers in trade, erosion of consumer confidence, and waste of financial and moral resources. How must this system be composed? Which approach is needed to be followed for a trustworthy, reliable halal certification ecosystem? Halal standards should be prepared with the consensus of the relevant parties as a result of a standardization activity that takes into account the feedback from public authorities and sector representatives and the sensitivities of the consumers as well. It also must be an applicable, understandable, clear, and comprehensive system which is able to be accepted internationally and must not be a local national system. And it must include the relevant technical requirements with references to other globally accepted standards, as well as the requirements of our religion. For this reason, Turkey, although having a strong quality infrastructure with a long history in this domain, adopted the standards issued by Standards of Metrology Institute for Islamic countries, instead of preparing its own halal standards, since these standards are shaped according to the common needs of the Muslims. CIMIC, which is an affiliated body of Organization of Islamic Countries, is a platform that brings together the 44 of the OIC members and also has 3 observer states. It should be kept in mind that while preparing halal standards is of great importance to take the opinions of all stakeholders. Until now, 20 halal standards have been issued and published by the SMIC with the contribution of the SMIC members as well as relevant stakeholders from industry and trade. These standards include the ones on halal food, additives, halal cosmetic, halal tourism, halal gelatin, laboratories performing halal tests, and many others. Also, new standards are under preparation. So, where does the accreditation stand here? What's the role of accreditation within global halal certification issues? As is known, accreditation is defined as a procedure by which an authoritative body gives formal recognition that a body or person is competent to carry out specific tasks. Here I need to say that ensuring the trust in halal certification can only be possible by assessing these certification activities by accreditation. In this frame, halal accreditation system contributes to the development of a more united, modern and powerful Islamic economy. Through our accreditation, halal certificates are in a more credible situation globally. It diminishes the financial burden on businesses affected by the fragmented halal structure. It will also facilitate halal trade globally through the creation of a multilaterally recognized system of halal certificates within the forthcoming years. And will be a driving force for the constitution of a modern quality infrastructure. The only way guaranteeing the trust in halal products and services is accredited halal certificates. So, this trust is the main step for elimination of technical barriers in international trade of halal products and services. As Turkey, we care about not only certification within the scope of the common halal standards, but also the establishment of a common mechanism based on accreditation for multilateral recognition of halal certificates. We are supporting the activities of SMIC Accreditation Council, which is trying to establish such a global common mechanism which is based on multilateral recognition of halal certificates and by accreditation. Now, here, let's talk a bit about Turkey's experience in this field. As you know, Turkey has a sophisticated infrastructure and is active in many fields that may be subject of halal certification, such as food, textile, tourism, and pharmaceutical industry. By the end of 2017, the HAC was established solely to operate in the field of halal accreditation in Turkey and abroad. In this regard, HAC is the only authorized institution to accredit halal conformity assessment bodies in Turkey. I would like to say that after the establishment of the Halal Accreditation Agency, with using the long-standing quality infrastructure of our country, we have made significant progress in establishing a reliable certification system in the halal field in a very short time in Turkey. After establishing the legal and physical infrastructure in a period of 4 years, after starting our services in 2019, we are now serving for halal accreditation in the fields of cosmetics, tourism, laboratory, proficiency testing, and person certification in addition to the field of food. Although the halal accreditation agency's main business is halal accreditation of halal conformity assessment body, it also conducts international relations, attends national and international events, gives trainings, and holds promotional activities. Let's look at some details. Till now, we got 172 halal accreditation applications from 33 different countries. We gave 79 accreditation decisions for the halal certification bodies and halal testing laboratories. As an important issue here, the HAC does not give accreditation status to all applications that it receives. We have rejected 58 of these 172 applications since those halal certification bodies were not able to meet the requirements of relevant CIMIC standards. Thus, the HAC is struggling for a better halal quality infrastructure, not only in Turkey, but also all over the world. More than 1,300 halal certificates are now under HAC's accreditation assurance. That means these halal certificates prove their reliability according to international standards. It also means that these certificates have a serious advantage internationally due to having the prestige. And I must say that all these numbers were in a voluntary based in accreditation atmosphere. Let's see the status of halal certification and accreditation in Turkey in these slides. Are halal certification or accreditation mandatory in Turkey? To put it simply, halal certification is voluntary in Turkey. However, the existing law mandates that the labeling and certification activities shall not mislead consumers. Also, in terms of production and trade, using additives originating from swine, which is haram, is prohibited. Till this June, being accredited by the Halal Accreditation Agency was voluntary in Turkey. However, we have enforced a law which makes halal accreditation compulsory for entering into Turkish market for the products that have halal claim. That is, if a product which will be supplied to Turkish market with having a claim of being halal, then it will need to be certified by a conformity assessment body, which is accredited by the HAC, or by the accreditation bodies which have mutual recognition with the HAC. If the product has no claims of being halal, there is no need for an accreditation, no certification process. I want to talk briefly about our training activities, which we give great importance to. We have been giving technical trainings on CIMIC halal standards in regard to Memorandum of Understanding signed between the CIMIC and the HAC. Accordingly, HAC has given authorized and worldwide valid halal technical trainings, and more than 1,000 people from 32 different countries have been trained by the HAC in a 4-year period for 7 different training activities. As I told before, in such an atmosphere, the main problem of not only Turkey but also all Muslim countries to reveal their potential in halal certified trade is the need for a collaborative halal domains establishment for a mutually recognized halal certification system among Islamic countries. Okay. It must be said again here that the best platform for realizing these aims is CIMIC. For removing technical barriers to halal certified trade among OIC members and also for ensuring the trust for consumers, all Islamic countries should cooperate with each other, with taking harmonized standards into account and giving utmost importance to a comprehensive certification system. So what we have done as HAC till now? I may say that in such an environment, the HAC makes a significant effort to increase the cooperation among the Islamic countries. First of all, we signed MOUs and cooperation protocols with 14 different institutions from 12 different countries, including Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Qatar, Pakistan, Indonesia, as you see from the slide. Our activities in this frame of these documents increase the applicability of such a comprehensive approach. We also continue our negotiation with relevant institutions, relevant states. Before concluding my presentation, I want to give some information about IFAB. An international organization called IFAB, Islamic Forum for Halal Accreditation Bodies, for which HAC has made remarkable efforts, has been launched as an affiliated body of OIC last year to act as an umbrella organization for halal accreditation bodies and to establish a common halal quality infrastructure based on OIC standards. With SMIC's efforts, the idea of establishment of a global mechanism for multilateral recognition of halal certificates was initiated previously. After all the hard work, now the legal infrastructure has been created as a new international mechanism. IFAB aims to ensure that accreditation bodies within the system recognize each other within the framework of harmonized standards based on SMIC standards throughout multilateral recognition agreements, and that halal standards accredited by one member country are accepted by other members without the need of additional evaluation. This will be, inshallah, a very crucial step for the future of halal certification activities all over the world. The first General Assembly meeting of IFAB was held in Mecca on November 1st, 2023, and a total of 25 accreditation body representatives, including 22 members and 3 observers attending the meeting. This is SMIC accreditation body prepared the statute of Islamic Forum for Halal Accreditation Bodies, Istanbul. This statute was accepted by IFAB, General Assembly. Temporary Board of Directors consisting of 9 members was elected in this meeting. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Gulf Accreditation Agency, Egypt, United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Morocco, and Tunisia consist of the Board of Directors. And the next meeting of Executive Committee will be held tomorrow in Riyadh, IFAB. Thanks to all audiences for giving me this time for listening to me, and also thanks to organizers for this meeting. Assalamu alaikum.
Be very short because we broken all time from this session. My topic will be very short. I would like to show you that it is necessary to establish, develop a guide for the halal diet. That guidelines we initiate on the CIMIC, on last year's CIMIC meeting, but now it's going very slowly. It is not priority, but because these guidelines is not so related with business, halal business generally. These guidelines established on Quran, eat and drink, but not overdo it. He does not like those who overeat. And I like to explain how what is necessary to make, to contain that kind of guidelines. Today we have a lot of numerous illness. We are eating halal food, but we are not eating a proper way. It is halal dietetics. It's necessary to have halal dietetics. We can every day to eat certified halal food, but if we are eating not proper, that is a lot of consequences. First consequence is obesity. Second consequence, hypertension, blood hypertension. 3 consequences, diabetes. 4th, dyslipidemia and cardiovascular disease is also illness caused directly with way of nutrition. It is the reason what I underline that is on the world necessary to establish this kind of standard. My speech will be shorter because also I'm busy. I'm going now to another meeting in Greece. I underline that these guidelines need to establish on Islamic theology, science, and on the Quran, Holy Quran that recommended that it's not useful for human health if you are overeating. That halal guide for proper nutrition would illuminate how to practically realize daily moderate consumption of diverse and nutritionally valuable food. It is important also by halal to eat locally food, not overeating. It is eat moderate, and especially to eat local produced food as well seasonal food. There is Islamic law a lot of evidence that is necessary that. Today we can find a lot of scientific base very related with scientific evidence very related to halal proper diet. Proper diet in practice established very often on guidelines like food pyramid. It is, by my opinion, necessary to establish quantity and way of nutrition, quantity of nutrient and way of nutrition for main nutrients like protein, carbohydrates, lipids, vitamins, minerals, as well different kind of food like water, fruit and vegetable, bread and similar. The guide offers special advantage to food producer. It is important for food producer catering in hotel facility to recommend it proper halal food way of nutrition. There is now a lot of guidelines in the world in food, like food pyramid and healthy eating plate. My conclusion at the end, it is necessary to establish halal guide to proper nutrition as soon as possible, which would be accepted by halal food consumer. The most important purpose would education of halal consumer and producer of halal food product about halal nutrition. We must know that the main purpose of all kinds of standard is education. But first message from the God was Ikra Bismi Rabbike, read in the name of your God. I will finish my speech about that. It is important as soon as possible to make these guidelines for proper halal nutrition, especially educate children in the school, people in the hospital, even physician, doctor of medicine, everybody, what is the right way for halal nutrition. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Usman, I'm not a doctor, but...
Okay, we give you the degree.
Okay, thank you very much. So, distinguished panelists, dear audience, Honorable Mufti, Your Excellency Dr. Ihsan. So, since today we are all talking about halal, and I have one, I may say, interesting topic. Actually, it's interesting for me, and I'm trying to do my best to make it also interesting for you. So the topic name is the boundaries for innovation in halal industry. And as far as I know, almost every conference, forum, and other meetings has such kind of topic where we are talking about innovation. So, as you may see in the name of the topic, we have three key terms. Those are the boundaries, the innovation, and halal industry. I'm sure that for all of you, the term innovation and halal industry is very well known. You are very familiar with what are the innovation and what is the halal industry. So I will not take too much time when we're talking about that topic. But I would like to say that the boundaries is a new aspect of considering the innovation. So for me, it's I may say the key term to understand what are the halal innovation. So without delaying, So this here. Okay. So I will start the presentation with one quote from the book Islamic Branding and Marketing, Creating a Global Islamic Business. So Mr. Templar says that consumers, we are living in the era where consumers are used to have new products all the time. So, and the industry now is under the pressure from the consumers, from the market, who are always demanding something new. So the industry has to innovate in order to survive. So, and Mr. Temple highlighting that the speed, agility, and innovation are part of everyday industry life. So and innovation is the same, and the pressure and demands for the companies is the same, whether they are halal certified or not halal certified. Whoever is the market, he has to be, fast, agile, and has to innovate in order to survive and in order to be present on the market and to gain the benefit from the business. So the question is, if in terminology we have term innovation and have halal innovation, so is there, are those two terms are equal, or there is some differences in understanding the meaning between innovation and halal innovation? So there are two questions. Is there a difference in terminology, in the substance of these activities, and what are the differences? How we are recognizing which innovation is just innovation and which innovation is halal innovation? So what are the criteria? So for many of us who are familiar with terminology, we will understand something which is related to halal, satisfying or is aligned with the halal requirements could be considered as halal innovation. Something which is not and then doesn't relate to halal industry, it's just regular innovation. One of the terms which is just in recent time became more popular, and I could say it's most frequent, is the concept of halalization. So what is halalization? It's very simple, and if we consider majority of the products on the market, we will see that majority of those halal products actually are regular products which go through process of some adaptation and the change and became the halal products. They are not, they are not from the beginning the halal products. Some of them they are, but the majority of the products on the market being regular products, and we changed some ingredients, we made some kind of innovation and made them to become halal. So I will not take too much time to consider the innovation, because the theory of innovation is the theory for themselves, but the main principle of innovation theory could be applied also to halal industry. But the question is still remaining, how we are differentiating between halal innovation and the halal innovation, and what is the key word for understanding what is the difference. So innovation, they are used, they're used to change and to improve the quality and the product and of the process. The innovation comes for the product, process, position, and paradigm, and also the innovation can be incremental, means that we just make small changes, or could be radical innovation, and that is the basic for the theory itself. So I will not take too much time about this. So next term is, what are the boundaries, and why term boundaries are important to understand what innovations are, and how the boundaries are important to understand what is and how we differentiate innovation from the halal innovation. So the boundaries, for those who are digging deep into theory of innovation, they will see that the boundaries is a regular term in the theory of innovation, and just to for the better understanding, let's start from the beginning. So, what is the definition of the boundaries? There are three aspects of this term. In linguistics, boundaries are the limits between languages. So how we differentiate what is one language from another one. In economy, it is the scope covered by economic analysis. So the boundaries are those who are saying what the economy is, what the economic is, and what is not, what comes in and what stays out. And in psychology, which is also important for us, is the emotional limits and individual sets of interpersonal relations. So what is important to understand about the boundaries as a term, and in terminology, is that the boundaries are always depends on the context where they are happening and the context in which they are used. So the boundaries could be physical, geographical barriers, or could be abstract, technological, normative, and organizational structure. But in the theory of the innovation, and this presentation is mainly based and focused on theoretical aspect, they are crucial to understand how ideas are generated, developed, and implemented, and to understand what is the difference between different aspects. So, if we are considering halal innovation and the boundaries which are helping us to understand what comes to the halal innovation, there are five key aspects. First, there are religious boundaries, and they are covering every aspect of Sharia regulation which describes what halal is and what is not. The second aspect of the boundaries are ethical boundaries. So, does it the way we are doing some business aligned with the proposals, requirements, or regulation for the business behavior and for conducting the business? Third one are legal boundaries. So those boundaries comes from the outside. They are kind of regulation. So in some areas, if we don't have positive legal regulations, such kind of business activities is possible or not possible. And also in the aspect of legal boundaries, not in the religious boundaries, comes all standard regulations for standards for the products, for the certification bodies, and also for the accreditation bodies. The fourth one are technological boundaries. So some innovations are possible if we have applicable technology. If we don't have technology, the innovation is not possible. So some innovations are not able, sometimes are not able to implement and to conduct before we have efficient and proper technology. And fifth one are terminological boundaries. These terminological boundaries are also for me very, very interesting and very important. Is the matter, how do we call our products? What are their names? And they mostly comes to the area of this psychological aspect of the terminology. So about technological boundaries, I have to say it is very important. It is communicating with the consumers. So if we say sausage, so the someone who is producing sausage and the one who is buying that, selling, we have to understand each other on terminology level. So if there is any kind of misunderstanding of the terminology, we cannot achieve the results. So in this term, word halal is used as a distinguished element to understand on the language level. But sometimes this, if we use, let's say some names for the products, which are somehow which share the same name with some non-halal products. Even we add halal, it doesn't mean that the audience and the consumers will accept it as a halal product. So the halal product naming is very important, and also authenticity of promotion. For understanding the boundaries, we have to know that the boundaries could be divided in two areas, in two aspects. There are sometimes internal or external boundaries. So the internal boundaries are the boundaries and the limits which comes from halal itself. Means that on the Sharia level, on standardization level, we have already put the limits. What can be halal and what cannot be halal. But sometimes there are also external boundaries which are outside of our hands. Because sometimes we want to develop some kind of the products or such aspect of the halal industry in certain countries. But if regulation is not in favor of halal, we will not be able. So there will be some limits which doesn't give the enough opportunity to develop that aspect of the halal in the proper way. So, to understand the boundaries, it is important that to achieve result of the innovation, it's not a straight line. So I would like to make some product, okay, and there is procedure, there is some methodology. We will start, from the developing and so on, and go to the end. It's always, go through the different kind of obstacles, limitation, in order to it's curved and difficult path to come to the end. One of additionally important aspects to understand what are the boundaries for innovation in halal industry is set of the aspects which comes and which goes to this ethical group. Those are the trust, and we all know how trust is important for the business at all, and also how it's important for the halal. And the trust is part of our belief. It's a part of some religious requirement. Then it is halal certification, and previous parliaments they taught about halal certification and how certification is important and what is the proper way to conduct those certification in order to achieve the proper result, the safety, sustainability, and all that comes to something which we can call the ethical boundaries. So ethical boundaries in halal product business are based on Islamic principles and values which must be upheld in the innovation process. And there is something which is interesting in to somehow combine in one piece what are the innovation and what are the boundaries. If someone goes deeply into concept of the innovation, you will find that the essence and the beginning of all innovation is idea. So without idea there is no innovation, and there is all aspect, from where we get the ideas. But it is important in theory of innovation. It says everything comes from the idea, and we try to implement that idea, and with implementing that idea we are achieving some values. So those values could be economical values, social values, and some others. So in theory of innovation, there is no any kind of the boundaries for ideas. All ideas are acceptable. Last year on the forum in Croatia, when we discussing about this issue, I was mentioned one of those ideas. For example, the idea was, if pig is haram, it's okay, we know it's haram. But if it's possible to identify which part or which ingredients, what from the pig is haram, and we invent some kind of technology which will remove haram component from the pig, will the rest of the meat become halal? It will not. It's wasting time. So from the perspective of theory innovation, such kind of idea is just acceptable. But from that reason, we have to understand the paradigm of ideas also for halal innovation. So the values for the ideas, values come in front. So anyone who wants to do something with innovation, with the ideas, first has to know what are the boundaries for halal industry. Having in mind those boundaries, he's filtering his idea, and if idea comes, positively and comes to that process, then you can continue with implementing that idea. So there is even on theoretical level, we have to shift our understanding of the theory, including the theory of ideas. So there are future trends in innovation, but I will just say about about this that no matter which boundaries and no matter which obstacles, the halal industry must conduct innovation. So the development of our R&D centers, which will support innovation with the halal industry, for the halal industry, are very important. And in my personal wish and expectation is that in the future period, we will have more halal products and services which are, comes from the halal ideas, which are not just halalization of conventional products. And with this, I will conclude my presentation and say, no matter what boundaries are, innovation must go on. Thank you very much.
Dear brothers, sisters, Assalamu alaikum. It's difficult times, lunch times. I want to take a small, your valuable time, and I try to give a brief information that you know very well. Dear participants, I would like to start my speech with the following hadith of the Prophet Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. God Almighty is pleased with your work being done solidity and well. The second is goodness, the good morality. It is very clear what halal is and what is not. We know very well. We are obligated to do our part within the methodology required for Muslims users to reach their future needs. My presentation's title is a topic that is well known by the participants and has been discussed hundreds of times. But unfortunately, a certification environment suitable for our moral values has not been created. Accreditation systems cannot solve the problems in environments where people without ethical values exist. We must have an environment based on the self-control, where honest people are as brave and hardworking as others. I would like to start the presentation with these visions. Problems in halal conformity assessment.
Sorry, you should point the pointer this way.
Sorry.
But nothing. Let learn. This is for the next slide.
Yes, I am just pushing but not working.
Sorry? Give me a moment.
Okay. The system says it's a basic presentation, no need to change.
Here we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One is the big problem related to the conformity assessment. The sensitivity of the organization producing halal product is not at the expected level. I mean, the problem with the halal certification is related with the producers. Organizations producing halal products are not fully adhering to Islamic rules. And non-compliance with the Islamic rules for slaughter, additives, cleanliness, and hygiene. The producers, many producers, concentrate on the money, as you know. And they want to take the certificate for the selling their products easily. We must strict inspections, employee training on certification, and consumer information for companies. The second is halal product consumers lack sufficient awareness. We mentioned about this many times. The peoples, normal, ordinary Muslim peoples want to know related with the halal things. And many colleagues underline this subject. Consumers are not adequately informed about halal products. Consumption of non-halal products relies on fake halal certification is a big problem. This is the trust problem. My proposal to solution: awareness campaigns, educational programs, media information dissemination. The three, many Islamic countries' legislation is based on the Codex standards, food safety agencies, and do not conduct sufficient inspection. Even if inspections are conducted, there is no sensitivity towards halal. Insufficient legislation and lack of effective inspection making a problem in all countries, also in Turkey. Because we are using Codex standards, and Codex standards related to the hygiene, not a halal approach. Outdated and insufficient regulation, lack of inspection, discredited for halal principles. Therefore, there must be a new approach, methodology for our legislation. Updating legislation for the needs of the Muslim people, enhancing the competence of food safety agencies, increasing sensitivity towards halal compliance. Fourth, experts working on halal standards cannot provide necessary support, resulting in Ummah quality standard needs. This is related with us. We must make a good standard. If we make good standard, the standard accepted by the ordinary peoples, understandable ordinary peoples. So all technical experts must give support to standard making processes. It's a difficult thing, I know, because making standards and giving time to standards making process is a timely and expensive things. Why experts give support this type of system? We must organize a methodology, financial, time, training, educational, etc., to experts to give a platform. CIMIC making an electronic platform for making standard, but so many experts and around the world not giving needed support to the systems. This is so important. And we need a high amount of experts and international collaboration methodologies and making a platform for the experts, especially in experts in laboratory sites. Laboratory sites are so important. And the research and development that a few minutes ago Mr. Amir Sakic explained the methodology of this. And 5, organizations working on halal issues do not operate ethically. Unfortunately, it's a big problem. Everybody is related with the conformity assessment bodies says we are very ethical, we are making our jobs wonderful. But the peoples, Muslims, the non-Muslims that use the halal products, not trust us. Therefore, there's a problem. We must evaluate the system. Unethical behavior by organizations involved in halal certification and production, fake certification, unfair competition, misleading consumers must be eliminated. How? Solution, my proposal, establishment and enforcement of ethical guidelines, transparency, monitoring of the certification bodies. But this solution is a difficult solution, I know, but a group must be work on this side with the accreditation bodies, with the organization that related with the governments, with the universities. If we do not organize a self-audit systems, the problem will continue, unfortunately. And 6th, organization issuing halal certificates lack technical infrastructure. You know all this, halal certification bodies lack of adequate technical infrastructure and laboratory usage. They go and just move the production and give a certificate, unfortunately. Insufficient laboratory facilities in all over the world related with the halal. This is a very, very big problem. We increase the laboratories, accredited laboratory techniques. This is also needs big financial support, but not enough financial support. High level of expertise, technical peoples. And you know better than me, also in this area, the lack of the trained, expertise people. We must make an investment in a technical infrastructure, personal training, compliance with the international standard. I mean, 17 of 25, 17 of 43, and something like that. Also, the method of the accreditations must be defined by the standards, and we must train on site. And the last, competency of halal certification programs based on the 65, 21, and 20. We must concentrate with the CIMIC, with the accreditation authorities. We concentrate on the certification scheme. Certification conformity assessment bodies not prefer the inspection audits because of increasing invoices for the customers. But there are so many problems comes from this side. You know, FSCC. FSCC is a non-governmental organization, and in food area, many people prefer the certification at that organization. Why? Trust is there, and the money that paid to certificate is high. I know. Therefore, the money is a second thing for conformity assessment bodies. We must give a good certificate, valuable certificate, and trustable certificate, and increase the control, because Muslim community related with this area, unfortunately not a self-controlled community up to this point. Somebody must control the system. Thank you very much indeed for very good time. Assalamu alaikum.
I'm very glad to be here again. And last time I attended first European Halal Quality meeting, and thanks Dr. Jamil for invitation. And I extend my thanks to Kamal, who helped me to come here, and then all the logistics. Last meeting was held in the sky, up in the hall, and now we get our message from there. And now we are descending to the ground floor, so we can spread our message. And that is how our message came from Allah, from the sky to the ground, and then we spread. So that's a very nice coincidence to have the meeting on the ground, so that we can implement what we have learned last year. So what I'm going to talk to you, and it's going to be very short. I'm not just saying that it's going to be short until 20 minutes, but really it's going to be short. So what I'm going to talk about is cancer immunotherapy, and how is that related to halal product. And if I can have the first slide, you can see the first, what is a cancer immunotherapy? We know that cancer being treated with radiation and different type of drug. But in immunotherapy, what we try to do is to stimulate your own white cell to attack the cancer. So this has fewer side effects. So that's the whole thing about cancer immunotherapy. And this is booming, and it's very important as an alternative therapy for radiation and different drugs, which is really toxic. So if we can find a way to stimulate our own immune system to fight the cancer, so that will reduce the side effect and will be useful. So your body, or your own body, will fight off the cancer in your body. So I don't want to go into much detail about cancer research and turn it into some sort of biomedical session, but what I want to say is that our body is able to produce different types of components to fight off the cancer. People are using monoclonal antibody. We can use cytokines. We can use different types of generating our T cell in order to target the cancer cells. And there is a huge industry around this one, which I will discuss with you, so that as a halal product can be involved and help the Muslim in this session, rather than dependent on non-halal product, in producing this very vital component for attacking cancer. So what's the procedure for that? I'm just going to highlight the procedure, how people do that. So first of all, you get blood from the patient and you transfer those T cells, so that T cell will be targeting the cancer. So it's the cell which you get from your own body is labeled by cancer antigen. So it goes with the cancer and attack it. So as you can see, there's a number of processes involved with that one. You need to get the cell from the body and culture it in vitro and then inject it back. And I will tell you where the halal stuff will come into this equation. So this is the video. I think there is the video here. If it's well, fine. If it's not well, I will post it for you. Okay, it didn't work, so no problem. So there's no harm in that one. So this is what I'm working on. So these are the cancer that's sitting there, and these are the options for how people targeting this one. And I mentioned that we call CAR-T, which have T-cell receptor, which targeting specific antigen on the cancer. We have different people use cancer vaccine. Last time I spoke about vaccines and how we can make halal vaccine, and I was very glad that Professor Mian mentioned it. He's told the cancer, the vaccine needs to be regulated, and we have to make a version of halal. So, and I think it's very important to invest in this one and regulate it, this one. And Dr. Imar, my friend Amir, he mentioned about the innovation. And so we have to be innovative in order to make all these products as halal as possible. And we need people who are interested in this subject, who are specialized in this subject, so we can regulate it. When our brother Ihsan mentioned about the regulation and certification in different products, pharmaceutical and biological. So we need people who are skilled in this field in order to say this product, this cancer vaccine, this cancer immunotherapy is halal. So we need to go through a different process. We need people who are skilled and know and can issue certificates for these big companies that your product is halal, etc. So it is a very important field, and we have to address it. I don't want to go into definition of halal because we have a lot of very interesting talk. People discuss it, so that is obvious. So I'm not going to repeat or distort the very beautiful presentation, so that will save time as well. There is a different way of producing this one. We have animal product. We heard about animal welfare, serum, and blood coming, and culturing, and all these number of detailed ingredients which go into this one. And Professor Rian mentioned that a piece of cake or a piece of is traveling thousands of miles in order to produce that calcium which you're using for lunch. Imagine a product like a vaccine and etc. Again, the ingredient will be traveling from thousands of miles, so that to have that injection into your body. And that is very important. You must know what you are injecting to yourself. It's not only that vaccine. You inject in gelatin, you inject in halal, it's different type of protein coming from pigs, from animals, which are not slaughtered in halal way. So it's not only the vaccine you inject. As Professor said, hundreds of molecules go with that one. And it's coming from different parts of the world. I was very impressed with his presentation and talk that how a particular product, piece of bread, can be involved countries, companies coming from different 20 countries. And imagine the same thing, Professor, happening to the cancer and immunotherapy. So these things need to be regulated. And this forum is very important to put some sort of standard and protocol to address this one. So I encourage you and my friend who you are very upfront in this field to take this initiative and to take this as a very important issue forward and take it forward. 2 minutes. Is that 2 minutes? Okay, that was too much. So this is an ingredient which is involved with that one. I'm not going to talk about it, you know about it. So that is what is halal, alhamdulillah, it's covered very well during this session. I'm not going to talk about that, religion application. I'm not going to talk about certificate, I'm not going to talk about that one. Gelatin trial product, you already knew that, I'm not going to talk about that one. So all my talk is not to talk about it. Which is good, isn't it? So that, just I'm going to talk about this one. Yeah, it's very important stuff. Because this is shows the death caused in 2019. And the major cause of death is cardiovascular disease. The second to that one is cancer. This is 10 million deaths just last year. And we need to solve this problem. As a Muslim, as a doctor, as a scientist. And in order to solve that problem, we have to find a halal component for these people. So that's the slide. very important. I think this one will be very important as well for those people who involve in certification and for the market. This is the market. The prediction market here, we're talking about $100 billion in 2023. That is how it's supposed to treat the cancer. And for those people who are interested in marketing production, and I think this is important, there is a niche for it. It's not only issuing the certificate, but there is the money to be made here, and that will help with our economy, global economy. So this is a very important. This one. Look at the countries which are involved in mainly North America. Anyway, but we need to get the Muslim involved from this product. We now approaching 1.5 billion Muslims around, and the market is huge, and cancer can affect Muslim and non-Muslim, so we need to solve that problem and make halal product available. This is Islamic, as a part of our belief. We have to address this problem. Like the way we pray, like the way we fast, it's our duty to make this halal product available. So thank you so much. I hope I stick to the time.
Brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In this presentation, I will outline to you a new concept related to halal standardization and at the same time to intellectual property. And this is second to no one. It is new and it's very important, and it is called intellectual property responsive halal standards. So I will begin my presentation with the definition of this new concept, intellectual property responsive halal standards. And then I will touch on the similarities between patents and halal standards. And after, I will give an overview about the intellectual property policy and what we call the standard essential patents. Then I will present the win-win situation between standards and intellectual property systems, and I will conclude with a recommendation. First of all, what are the intellectual property responsive halal standards? You know, the goal of standardization and intellectual property, there are common goals between the two systems, because the common goal is to disseminate and diffuse technology and scientific knowledge. From one side, standardization is doing this. From the other side, also the intellectual property through patents and through other publications in this field, they are also aiming to diffuse and to disseminate the technology and the knowledge and the innovation. And that's why I want to make a link between this. And the IP responsive halal standard is a standard that take from these databases, very important databases in patent system. You can, as a standardization developing organization, you can take a very big benefit and a very big impact when you introduce technology in your standard, when we are doing this job of setting standards in all technical fields. This is the aim of this new concept, intellectual property responsive halal standards. You can see here similarities. For example, you have on the left our OIC CIMIC 18, which is related to halal quality management system requirements. On the right of the screen, you can see the halal management system with the computing. So this is also prove and showcase this overlap between standards and patents. Another example, here we can see we have the OIC CIMIC 1 is a standard about general requirements for halal food. We can find 2 patents, maybe more, but I put only these 2 patents related to this standard. You can see here system for verifying if a product is halal, and the other detection method for halal food and halal food additives. This is also another example that shows to us that there is a link between both fields, both systems. Here also in the tourism sector, we have an OSCE CIMIC standard dealing with halal tourism service, and at the same time, and it comes from a non-Muslim country, it's from South Korea, is a patent about the Muslim tourist-oriented hotel comparison system and the method thereof. We can see also here the overlap, even in the words, even in the content, inside the standard and inside the patent. So we can see here many words are highlighted to show the similarities between the two systems, standard and patent. Here also is project. It's not a standard, but it's a project. This project is dealing with the test method for detection of porcine in food products and cosmetics. And the working group in CIMIC, they are working on this project, but they face two problems. Because they want to integrate, to incorporate two methods. But these two methods are patented. So there are behind holder of patents, one from Malaysia and the other from Turkey. So how to deal with this case? Can CIMIC put or incorporate or integrate these methods in standard or not? This is the question. We don't have before such a problem, but now we are blocking because of this, and we don't know how to do. So that's why I'm speaking about this important field, which is intellectual property, and people from SDOs, from Standard Development Organization, they don't know a lot about this issue, and they are not aware about the importance of the intellectual property field. So, as we can see here, first, to prevent this kind of problems, the SDOs, the Standard Development Organization, has to define an IP policy. And as you know, all the standard organization under CIMIC, all our member states, they don't have IP policies. They have only maybe one sentence in their directives dealing with the copyright. But with kind of things like patents, nobody, there is no document, no IP policies in the overwhelming, let's say in the total member states organization dealing with standardization in Islamic community or in OIC members. So that's why it is very important to pay attention to the IP policy and to draft the IP policy. And the IP policy will deal with two pillars. First is the copyright, because it's very important. We are developing standards, so they are under the copyright. And at the same time, when we need to put or to incorporate something from the patent system, we have to be sure that we define this, what we call the standard essential patents or SEPs. And what does it mean, standard essential patent? Standard essential patent is a patent that the technology is essential to the implementation of the standard. Without the permission of the holder of the patent or the patent owner, you cannot implement your standard and you cannot enforce your standard. This is a problem when we try to introduce something which is under the IP rights, under the intellectual property rights. And you can see here the number of SEPs are growing. In 1990, it was only 50. And now, more than 2,000 SEPs. This issue is very important for people who are working on this standard field. So, lot of litigation if you don't pay attention to this. If you don't have an IP policy, you will have problems. Because the holder of the patent will ask for the royalties because he is the owner of the patent. So he can block the implementation of the standard. And you cannot do anything. So before setting the standard, you have to be able to define some clauses in your IP policy in order to avoid these problems and these litigations. So that's why I think that all big standard organizations that have IP policy, and here they are not a very big number, they are dealing with what we call FRAND. FRAND agreement is fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory agreement. The patent holder has to sign this agreement because after he will ease and he will facilitate the implementation for the standard implementers. And when we say the implementation of standards, of course we have SMEs, we have a lot of enterprises that are interested with this standard and with the implementation of this standard. So this agreement in FRAND agreement, what we call, is crucial, and we have to understand this, and we have also to implement this in our standard organizations. Here you can see, for this kind of issues, the address, the right address, the good address is the WIPO, is the World Intellectual Property Organization. And you can see here, there is a WIPO strategy on SEPs, 2024-2026. All details are here in this strategy. And WIPO, since it is covering all international countries, all international activities, they want to mitigate this kind of conflicts and this kind of problems when it comes to merge the technology from patent to the standard. So there is also a very good center which we call the Technology and Innovation Support Center. These are also offered by WIPO. They are not physical centers. They are virtual centers. But these centers, they are only implemented in IP offices, intellectual property offices, in universities, in some research centers, in enterprises, in some associations, but never in standardization organizations. That's why I call upon all the standardization bodies to be aware about the importance of this TISC. This is a Technology Innovation Center, many services, and we will see in details. Many services are provided and for free for developing countries. So it's very important to grasp this opportunity from WIPO, and you can see here, for example, through this Technology Innovation Support Center, you can access to 1 million technology, covering all the fields, and in many languages. And it's easy to search and to find what you want. So as an expert, you are working in a working group or in a task force, and you want to develop a standard, you need to take a look on that technology, on that advanced technology, on that latest technology. It's very important. So this, for example, is one of the services that offered by the Technology Innovation Support Center. Second, you can find here more than 85,000 scientific publications, covering, for example, research in health, environment, agriculture, research and development and innovation. These are very important, and they are accessible through the TISC, through the Technology Innovation Support Center. Another thing also, in the TISC, you have a social platform, and you can exchange, you can share your knowledge, you can share your experience, you can share your ideas. It's very interesting, and always through the umbrella of WIPO, and that's a very important thing and source and resource for standardization process, for standardization organization. So, after this, you can see that there is a win-win situation, if you want, between the intellectual property offices and the standard developing organization. Why win-win situations? Because, as I explained before, to draft a standard, you can benefit from all these technologies, from all these databases, offered by WIPO, offered by the intellectual property system. Regarding patent scope, for example, this database on patents, but also the others, publications, scientific publications that are very important for people who are working to set up a standard. This is from the side of the standard organization, but from the other side also, the intellectual property needs also standards, because, you know, when there is an application for a patent, when it deals with an invention, so there is what we call a patent examiner. He will check if there is an inventive step or not, if the idea is new or not. So this is his job. But how he does his job? He has to take a look on all prior art, all the publications before the filing date of the applicant. So he has to take a look on all patents, databases, and at the same time on technical and scientific publication, in order to be sure that the patent is new, that the invention is new, and then he can grant the patent. So, among these prior art, there are standards. Now, patent examiners are taking a look on technologies and standards, because when the standard is published, this technology cannot be patentable. So that's why, in the prior art, when they examine the patent application, patent examiner has to take a look on the standards, and that's why the situation is a win-win situation. So I will conclude with that. Now in CIBIC we are dealing with an agreement with WIPO, inshallah. We will try to make our IP policy, and we will replicate this to all our member states. We will also try to implement the Technology Innovation Support Center in our institute, and then after we will replicate and duplicate this and disseminate this to all our member states. So, as a recommendation here, and I conclude with that, is to make an initiative for this IP responsive halal standards. This initiative will be under CIBIC and WIPO, and after we can do it and we can replicate to all our member states. And the key activities, for example, to wrap up and to save time, is to prepare guidelines on developing the intellectual property responsive halal standard. Also, we can offer through these initiatives trainings, workshops to SDOs, and to enhance their awareness about this topic, very important topic. And also, we can assist the SDOs in drafting their IP policies. It's crucial now to make an IP policy in all standardization organizations. And also, we can help in the implementation of the TISC, the Technology Innovation Support Centers, in all our member states organizations, countries, and at the same time we can track progress, collect and disseminate data, success story and best practice through sharing all these informations. And with that, I finish my presentation. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Since we have a lunch, I hope that you all drink the Bosnian coffee, very strong, to keep you awake. But we have many interesting topics to discuss, and I believe that you will not fall asleep. This is the problem. After lunch, we all know that. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizer of the second European Halal Congress, and I'm glad actually that you changed the name, that we have the European Halal Congress. It's very important, and I hope that you will keep going on with the organization. It's not easy, I know that, but with all of the supports that you have in your country and abroad, I believe that it will not be a problem in the future. So I chose one topic, I give one question. I hope that I will also give the answer. You can also read it in the paper that we publish in the journal, which is also published. So, do we need European Halal Accreditation Agency? Since I was working more than 15 years in the halal certification development, I was aware of the, let me say, issues that we have on the halal markets. And many good things actually what's happened. The most important are that we have now today the standards that halal certification bodies can be accredited, and that we have also the standards for the halal accreditors. What was also happening in the past, there was 2 attempts when the International Halal Accreditation Forum was founded first in Istanbul, 2013. Many of us actually was there. In 2016, then we have the IHAF in Dubai. There is no more any of this IHAF. We have some other procedures. And recently, and we hope that will be the 3rd leg, we have now Islamic Forum for Accreditation Bodies. And we hope that this forum will help to organize the halal market, especially when we are speaking about the halal certifications. When we talk about the EU halal market, we all know that it's growing because the Muslim population is growing, the people who are living in European Union so many years, and so many people who are now coming to work from many OIC countries. When you come in Zagreb to pray for Juma prayer, you will see a lot of people who come to work and they are coming to Juma. That will also happen soon in Bosnia and Herzegovina because we need a lot of people to work. So the market is growing, but we have some challenges. These are the challenges from my opinion and from my research that I have done before. The first of one, we don't have the recognition of Islam in many EU member countries. When I'm speaking about recognition, I think that is equal religion. Only few countries have done it, like Croatia, Austria, some part Belgium and Spain. The second, there's too much national organization of Islamic communities. So actually, we don't have unique Islamic authorities in the EU countries. So sometimes actually you don't know who can make some fatwa, who can give you the guidance when we are speaking about the religious issue, especially in the halal. Lack of official halal standard on the EU level, we don't have the halal standard. Only Austria and Croatia and EU have national halal standard, and Bosnia and Herzegovina also have it. The fourth, lack of accreditation. So actually on the EU member countries there is no accreditation of halal certification bodies, so everybody can found the halal certification bodies and can be interfered in the halal certification business. The good thing is now that there's the accreditation from the OIC countries who are doing the halal certification accreditation, and many of, let me say, good halal certification bodies have the halal accreditation, and then you can be sure that they're doing their job in the right way. Self-proclamation of halal or self-declaration of halal is also a huge issue, because many butchery shops, restaurants are putting the halal logo, the halal words, halal word on their market, and then you cannot actually be sure is it halal or not, because they didn't go officially to the halal certification. And the last is import and regulation and supervision. We actually in the EU market, we don't have any kind of supervision of the halal products which are coming on the EU market. And I'm speaking from Turkey, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, over there. But if you want to export to the OIC countries, then you need to go to the rigorous process of halal accreditation. And many of halal certification bodies which are sitting here know how much time they need to invest and how much money they are investing in today's halal accreditation system. So actually, Europe does not protect their Muslims, let me say like that. So of course, there were some attempts to do something on the EU market. I just highlight two, because I think that they're important. First one is the European Association of Halal Certifies, and second was the European Committee for Standardization, SEM, when they started with the working group to have the halal standard for halal food. Unfortunately, after 4 years, the project was stopped, and we couldn't make the halal standard. That is the background of this story. What was happened, many Muslim communities actually refuse to do anything about it. From my opinion, that was the first time that we as a European Muslim can use the European legislative to do something on it. Fortunately, we didn't, and that's why today we are facing with many issues and challenges. So the idea to found the European Halal Accreditation Agency, is it possible? Yes, it is possible. As I said, today we have the standards that we can do it. From our previous research, when we asked the halal certification bodies, do they think that we need to have some accreditation body in the EU country or US or some outside the OIC country, 60% of them says yes. So that means that in the future, maybe we can do something. When we look at the OIC CIMIC 3, these are the main requirements to establish the halal accreditation bodies. When you see these four, it is possible to have the Islamic legal entity in Bosnia. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. So when we take into consideration of all these challenges that we have on the market, that I briefly said to you, we believe that we need to establish a European Halal Accreditation Agency in the future. And we believe that two countries can found it, Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Why? Because these two countries, we know what is the Islamic authority in these two countries. They have the halal standards. They have enough experts who can be involved in the halal accreditation process. And secondly, the cost actually will be much, much less. Today, some halal certification bodies, like my colleague Mahmoud Tatari, how many accreditation do you have? 2, 3, and how many recognition? So it costs a lot of the money. So if we have the European Halal Accreditation Agency following the rules of OIC CIMIC 3 and to be the member of the Islamic Forum of Halal Accreditation Bodies, then it should be recognized in the all OIC countries. So that's it. We need the European Halal Accreditation Agency, and thank you for your attention.
The next speaker, it's me, myself and I. I'm the only one in this session that is not doctor. I'm coming from practice. I will speak today something about practical way of migration of some substances which can came from the packaging material directly in the food, and in that case that can have impact on the halal status of the food. Let me see. Maybe not only migration, I will focus on some other things that are related with packaging materials, and also they can have impact on halal status of the food. My name is Aleksandra Markovska. I'm coming from Macedonia. I'm working as a consultant in the last 20 years, I can say, and I'm here in the behalf of my faculty of natural science and mathematics, because I am hardly involved in giving lectures to the new students about risk assessments. Everything that I have about the halal is related with this agency of halal from Tuzla. 15 years ago, it was the first time that I have access to the halal standard. Because I'm mainly focused on food safety, I can say that from my professional point of view, my first love was HACCP, but the second one was, of course, halal. I don't have that much experience in implementing the halal, but I think that the food safety and some of the problems that we have nowadays can also be related or be connected with the halal status of the food. My paper is full with chemical and technical, I can say, data, but because I have limited time, I'm biochemist, I can discuss on chemistry, everything that you want, but here I will just focus on something that is the most important. The rest of the story you can see in my paper. Halal nowadays, I was trying to find some definition, what is the halal? I was going through so many standards, and in the end something that was interesting and something that can have connection with my presentation was that in halal, by default, there is something that is pure anorganic chemical substance, fresh plants and stuff like that. But when we are on that is packaging materials, we cannot find so many materials like this. Because of that, during my 20-year practical experience, when we start with food safety, packaging materials in the beginnings were not so important or interesting. But after 5 or 7 days, we realized that we must focus on something which is called migration. And why is that? The main goal of the packaging material, the main goal of food packaging is to protect the food. That's something that is interesting, that's something that we all want. But the next question is, or the next thing that I want to share with you is that this food packaging material can interact with the food. And like you can see on this picture, I think that this picture, this slide is speaking more for itself. There is some process that we call migration. I believe that everyone from you can know that there is four things that can migrate from the food, and they are not pure chemicals, they are impurity, I would say. One of them are monomers, the second we have additives, the third are colorant, and some other part of impurities. Depends on which type of packaging material we are discussing. When you have food, and that food has halal label on it, but the consumer doesn't know about all this process, they believe that the food is halal. But my question from today's presentation is, do we agree as a certification body who are giving the halal status that the food which has this kind of chemicals inside of the food can declare as a halal? I think that can be a question that everyone can ask today. Nowadays there is so many different types of packaging materials, so many different types they can migrate. There is no enough legislation on this. Also, there is no enough technical people who can control this process. And because of that, I think that the packaging material and the things that can migrate, they can have a really big impact on the halal status of the food. And it's very important in the future, maybe this thing to be more included in the halal standards. Here is one picture. I can say, I believe that everyone who works with food knows this and understands this. I will not go for every layer to explain what is that. But what I want to say, there is another problem related to the packaging material. It's not only the migration of one component from the packaging material in the food. There is the new science, food science I can say, they recognize something else. There is also chemical interaction between some of those chemicals that are mentioned here in this. It's not only that we can have halal food full with polyethylene, but we can have something that can happen between 1 and 4. That is something also which is new in the food safety, but can also have impact on the halal status of the food. Also, it's not only the migration, as I mentioned on the beginning, that can be also something that is related to the halal status of the food, but is connected with the way how the packaging materials are produced. Different type of packaging material has their own way of production, but in some of them we can see that they can use ethanol. I was familiar with only one or two types of productions, but in the end of the day, when I was trying to prepare my presentation, I saw that there is so many different types of packaging material during the production they are using ethanol. I'm not sure if that can be the part of the packaging material, but maybe can be something mesh book, and in the future probably we need to define or use or maybe research what kind of impact they can have on the final product. I already discussed on this. I think that this session is trying too much. I will just skip this and go to the next because I already explained. And the next thing, because I'm a person from the practice, and what I see all the time consumers who are confused about the labeling. I'm not sure that the halal label that is now present on the halal food has enough information for the halal consumers about the packaging and the migration. My idea probably is that maybe in the future we can have something, another label or something which can prove to the final consumers that the packaging material is safe. But I think that no one in the food industry nowadays cannot follow everything that is new. All the time there is something new, and also the packaging material, production of packaging material is changing day by day. Because of that, I saw so many new trends, new alternatives, new changing because of the environmental impacts, because of the migration, because of the food safety. But I think that also will be important that they need to take in consideration the new trends which can have positive effect on halal status on the food materials. In the next slide, I have one video because I think the lady from the Tetra Pak, she will share everything that I want to say about new trends and how they can impact the food industry, and the next to the halal status of the food. I hope that this will be interesting for you. It's only 2 minutes, not that much.
People think I'm obsessed with packaging, but they don't know the half of it. What I'm actually obsessed with is innovation. All the amazing new things happening in the food industry. And if you ever wondered how an innovation comes to life, let me tell you, it's no walk in the park. It starts with an idea. That's the easy part. Then comes the hard part. We bring together the sharpest, most knowledgeable people from our innovation ecosystem. And we enter into what I call the labyrinth of innovation. There are twists and turns, there are roadblocks, there are dead ends. We solve problems, we see new ones, we solve those too. And we keep pushing on until we find a way through. Now do you see why it pays to be obsessed? Of course we use the latest tools and technologies to simulate different scenarios. But we still have to take some wrong turns to get to the right turns. Out of this intense collaborative effort emerges something new. Something that improves your business, makes life easier for your consumers, or helps us all tread a little bit more lightly on the planet. Come and join us in the labyrinth of innovation. It starts here.
Video that shows how many things are changing day by day in the food industry, and I think that halal standards needs to be aligned with all those things. And on my next, or in the last slide, as a conclusion, what I want to say is that maybe, it's from my practical point of view, it will be the good idea if the halal standards in future, they follow the IFS development, I can say, because nowadays they have halal packaging materials, IFS for packaging materials, or I hear mentioned like halal for packaging materials, halal for logistic, because the migration can have influence only if there is some specific logistic characteristics. And in the end, what is very important is something is new in IFS, can be also in the halal standardization, is halal broker, because with that standard, your final consumer, finally, they will be sure that the product is 100% halal.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon to all attendees. First of all, I want to thank you. I want to graduate I want to say my thanks to two agency and everything that they done today. Because speaking in the name of standard, I will say that today we have a measure for improvement because we are making a new value of a halal standard. Today we are talking about biggest results and some new ideas. So we are today on some labyrinths of new ideas. Because I'm coming from private sector, actually I'm coming from practice, so I'm going to speak about us holding the biggest food industry in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and also in the name of Solana Tuzla, which is very familiar for all of you, that's salt factory here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. As I said already, US Holding Group is the largest food chain in Bosnia and Herzegovina, has embraced business strategy, acknowledges the necessity of adapting its operation to challenges posed by climate change and align with the global objectives of sustainable development by 2030. Because when we are talking about private sector, we all here today, we are speaking about halal demands, some regulations. But all those demands and regulations are something that we have to fulfill in our industries. So we have a lot of demands, even though if we want to be visible on the market, we have to have everything for our final products. So we actually today present the results about all implemented and integrated standards in our factory related with new integration of Halal 2023 and also with sustainability standards like RS and ARSPO standards, which are very important, and we have two implemented standards in our holding. So for those who are not familiar with US Holding is a group of a lot of companies that are based in the food sector, and some of their core businesses are production and packaging of roasted and ground coffee, fruit and vegetables, processing and production of milk, development, production of sale, production of cocoa bean, processing and production of cocoa products, also salt extraction, as I already said, production and distribution of food products, and also logistics. So we are a big holding and have a lot of questions to think about. So this research actually explains how we are doing on our processes in production to be in line with all demands, with 70 goals for 2030 that we have to fulfill when we are talking about sustainability. So this research is about 10 companies, and they are from different cantons here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, because we have companies in different cantons, so Sarajevo canton, Tuzla canton, Mursko-Sanski canton, Zenica, etc. And I will present you the results of everything that we actually possess and all demands that we fulfill to be a leading company or a leading holding on the market. So among our survey members, we have 4 members, actually 40% of members that have implemented and integrated 14,001. And when we are talking about that, we are actually talking about environmental premises and everything that we have to fulfill regarding to environmental management. Also, all our 10 companies, 80% of them has recognized the use of solar panels, and this is a strategy that we will actually lead on during our period of growth in this environmental part. Because today I'm going to speak about our steps to ESG, because we have environmental, social and governance part. So this is one of environmental fulfillment of our survey companies in holding. Also, we have, when we are talking about social standards, 45,001 certification defines occupational health and safety for our employees, we have this standard implemented in 2 of our factories, and also we have other measures to fulfill these demands to be safe with our workers and our employees. Also, something that we are going to do in the closer future, just to say it like that, we are going to do the implementation of ISO 37301, which is combined with compliance, something that is very important in our factories, also actually in our companies. Regarding social development, us holding promotes diversity, also inclusions. So we have a lot, maybe like 80% of members have actively included workers that have some inclusions, but they are equally with other employees. So we have also fulfilled this goal from 70 goals for 2030 demands. Also, you can see here a diagram, which is ethical code, which is percent of ethical codes, or actually demands of ethical codes that are implemented in our factory. The most important, maybe the prevention of corruption. We have it in 20% in our factories. Conflict of interest and everything we have to fulfill, or actually have to take care of, because we want some improvements in our way of working. When we are talking about government, and actually because of time I'm reducing my speech, when we are talking about government, most of our companies, to be precise, 80% of our company has implemented ISO 9001. And I can say this is maybe the main standard for all our companies, because every other certificate is integrated using this skeleton of ISO 9001. So you see here the diagram which shows which safety qualities we have in our holding. We have FEMIQS, which is very important for animal final products, halal 27%, HACCP 37%, IFS 21%. So we have a lot of, in practice, we have a lot of demands that we have to fulfill. Although we have also implemented sustainability standards like RA and RSPO, which is based for cocoa products. When we are talking about today about halal, it's very important that we integrate halal in all implemented systems. So it's very near and it's very close to speak about sustainability and halal, because that's future actually. So we have to find those similar things to combine, like requests when we are talking about industries and everything in production. So I put here like 4 biggest demands, like a procurement, because all raw material have to be fulfilled with demands of halal and also with sustainability standards. We have also the second one is the shortage requirements. We have to have facilities, and also all raw material has to be separated from the other materials. Traceability requirements, because we don't want any recalls. That's something that we don't want to be even though mentioned about with that. And also the production line of line segregation. Production line must clearly mark to prevent cross-contamination. So those are the steps that maybe in the private sector are very combined with costs. So we have to invest a lot to fulfill these demands when we are talking about standards in each demand of each standard that is implemented and integrated. I will say just a few conclusions, just to save the time. So you can see here of the total survey of 10 members with us holding group, 9 of our companies have halal standard, and they also have implementation for a new integration of halal 2023. And this demonstrates a proactive approach through meeting industry standards, ensuring product quality and compliance with involving regulatory requirements. Also, a critical control point in the halal standard is a fundamental requirement of implemented sustainability development standards. The procurement process is the key. The procurement is the process key for each of our standards when we are talking about sustainability raw materials and when we are talking about halal raw materials. As you could hear from other panelists, the raw materials is the base thing when we are talking about production. So, based on presented results of standardization in social, environment, food safety and sustainability standards, along with the integration and the transition, in this we can say that we have fulfilled a lot of, actually to be precise, of demands of ESG, so we are on a good way. And on the good path also. These are some statistical data that we have already spoke today. And for the end of my presentation, try your best to eat halal good food and stay away from haram food.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, organizer, for this incredible happening. Since this morning, I learned a lot from all of you guys. So, my name is Vincent Zuli, and I come from Frankfurt, Germany, and working for the Frankfurt University of Applied Sciences as a research associate. So, it's my great pleasure to present to you our last work. It's going to appear somehow. So, by the way, it's about blockchain in the context of halal supply chain. Here we go. Yeah. So, the name of the paper is Leveraging Blockchain Technology for Ensuring the Integrity of our Halal Supply Chain, a Systematic Review. It's a mouthful, but basically the central topic of this is definitely we got problem with halal supply chains, that's for sure. This rupture every time. We can assure integrity. Yeah? It's very complicated to do so. So, point is, we're talking about innovation, how we can plug this new IT stuff, right? We're talking about blockchains, not just an hype. Yeah? It's something we can play around and make things better. So, ideally, the presentation today is about how we can leveraging this new technology to improve the integrity and transparency in the halal supply chain. And the work has been designed as a systematic research review. Yeah, so basically it's me. So a little bit of an introduction, just to have like a common ground of understanding here. So, about the market growth, we all know that, yeah? But let's put in numbers. In 2021, we had numbers from the paper from Alam Sad Italy 2022. It was about $2 trillion, right? In just 4 years, going back to the prediction we have for 2025, this market is expected to grow up to 2.8 trillion. So it's a huge increase in potential for this. It's very important, this number, because everything, of course, is connected to finance, how we can finance this kind of innovation. You know? Then there's the second point, which is about the certification and integrity, right? So, our certification bodies ensure compliance with our guidelines, that's for sure. But supply chain faces challenges, such as maintaining our integrity, transparency, and trust. So, we'll see that in a later slide, but we're kind of sure at the beginning, so when we're talking about procurement and inbound, so building up our, halal products and services. But then the problem happens when we go outbound. So we're talking about logistics, and has Marco Tiemann in the early 20s remembered us, Point is, we're talking about halal. It's not just about the product, it's just about the certification, but it's ensuring the halalness of a product or service across the entire supply chain, from farm to fork, as you said. Big problem. And so then we have this blockchain potential. This new technology seems to be hyped, it's overhyped in the last 5 years. But the point is, blockchain technology may have enhanced the transparency and traceability and integrity in a lot of supply chains by addressing issues like product integrity, for example, and information system integration, which is one of the biggest challenges we will see later. So these three underpinnings, and then the research gaps at the end, which is basically existing research on blockchain, as you can read there, specifically in a lot of supply chains, is kind of fragmented. What we have at this point in terms of literature is just a bunch of framework, it's just a bunch of theory, but nothing that has been operationalized. As we'll see at the very end and anticipate a little bit the results of that, still we have inconclusive results for a number of reasons, a number of challenges I want to explore with you, right? But the potential is there. So, I'm supposed to be really good with technology, but somehow...
Points here.
Yep. Does it work?
Right other side.
Maybe the keyboard, like a keyboard?
It's changed the battery.
Oh, the battery, right? Yeah, disruption, right?
Innovation.
Not even a blockchain can solve this. Okay. But I can just give you the page up, no problem.
I'll try to move it.
I can just give you a hint when I need the page to change, right? Yeah.
Is this one perfect?
Yeah. So, as I said, paper's type is a systematic research review about the methodology is kind of important for non-academia here, but it's based on the PRISM approach, a widespread approach for doing this kind of work here. And the research question we try to answer is, can blockchain technology enhance the reliability, traceability, and sustainability of our foods? So that's the main topic. The structure of presentation, I first go in the kind of a theoretical background just to lay the basis of the discussion. So give you some hints about the methodology we follow, then of course the analysis and conclusions, right? Okay, just about lay down some common ground here. So what we know, so what it is like a halal supply chain. We based this picture about Noviante, Italy 2020. And it's basically, let's put it this way, it's a supply chain in which we embed some Sharia principle. Yeah? It makes it, so supply chains are complicated by themselves, so logistics management is complicated by itself, right? But when we plug in the Sharia principle, it gets even more complicated, that's the thing. So as I mentioned before, we can break down the entire farm to fork in three basic steps or processes. You have the inbound phase, the production phase, and the outbound phase. You know? About the inbound phase, oops. Yeah.
We found the phone.
Right? Okay. So.
Use your pointer.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's work. For the benefits of my colleague here. The inbound is quite simple. It's quite simple to administer. You just need to get raw material, right? And of course, as we discussed in the morning, right? The more complicated over-processed is something, the more it's complicated to track things down, right? But point is, we try to, at least with the work we did in the past about halal, what we understood, is that normally Muslim consumer or halal food or products consumer are really concerned about the product quality and reliability. So normally they don't, let's say, rely upon super processed food. So this first block, so the inbound phase, is kind of simplified, especially into Muslim dominant countries, like for example Indonesia or Malaysia. The problem is when you have a non-dominant country like Germany, right? But still a growing demand for our products. That's the problem. Yeah? Then you have the halal manufacturing, and then the topic of my speech here, which is the outbound phases. So it includes the storage, wholesaling, retailing, and the event at the end of the customer. So you get this second part. Yeah? What are the challenges? Are pretty obvious, right? Key issues include traceability, compliance, of course, with the regulation, the Sharia law, lack of standardized certification, something that I repeatedly heard since this morning. Lack of halal certification, lack of standards or guidelines, right? And then something which happens in any supply chain, and we realized that also in our previous work about halal supply chains, which is cross-contamination, counterfeiting, and of course logistical challenges, all in all. Yeah? On the top of that, you look at what is the status quo, so the status of the art right now about track and trace for halal, and you discover that is basically last century. So we are still relying upon things like RFID, barcodes, GPS. So with that in mind, you don't have, for example, real-time trackability that you need to ensure transparency. And so all that create like a framework for us to understand how blockchain can be positioned. You know? What are the benefits and what are the challenges related to that? Well, again, let's talk a little bit about what is blockchain. It's a mouthful, so everybody's talking about that. Seems a really complicated stuff. In technological terms, it is, but in a very simplified terms, it's just a database shared in a peer, so in a peer-to-peer network, and everybody is sharing the same level of information. That's the thing. The only complication is that if you want to add another block, then everybody needs to agree on that. And that starts the complication, because you need cryptography and hashes and all that stuff. I don't want to get nerdy at this point. You know? Point is, it's really simple in principle. It gets complicated if you want to dig more into that. Yeah? What are the advantages of that? Well, of course, we're repeating over and over. Traceability, transparency, and data integrity, which foster trust and economic growth, especially in this context, yeah, of halal supply chain traceability. And the big benefits is that it's decentralized. So technically, we're talking about not a single point of failure. Yeah? For example, a bank or any, so blockchain and Bitcoin sometimes is confounded for each other. So blockchain is technology, while Bitcoin is one of the implementation of the technological framework. So Bitcoin has been invented to go ahead the point that banks act as intermediaries and act as a single point of failure. So they maintain all the information. Yeah? With the Bitcoin, so blockchain, what we do is like spray out the information, and so the level of information is connected to a shared database. That's the thing. We try to do the same stuff also for halal supply chain. Again, initially blockchain was applied in finance, but now in a lot of different sectors. We did that work in 2021 talking about that as well. It is mostly found in very high value products, like track and trace of diamonds, track and trace of fine wine, and all the pharmaceuticals, the cool chain of pharmaceuticals. So you have to understand the blockchain can and is used, but only when the product requires that. The level of the value added in the product justify that kind of price. No? Then on top of that, you can use also smart contracts. I don't want to dig into that, but it's basically if-then reaction. So if something appeared in the blockchain, then something else would happen. No? Okay, so this is the methodology we used. It's rather technical, but yeah, you just need to know that it's a structured approach. We start from different query strings, and at the very end we funnel all that out to 18 papers, basically. You just need to know that. It's a three-step process. It's pretty used in the practice. Those are the papers we basically consider to draw our analysis and then conclusion. So, first of all, impact of blockchain on halal supply chain management. Blockchain is central to the halal supply chain management research with 4 thematic quadrants. So, we found out this paper is very recent, it's from Hasnan, and what they said is is this theme about halal supply chain relevant? And they found out that is so-called motor themes. It means that it's something very actual and something that is very well investigated at this point. Yeah? And indeed, a lot of the research that we found out is in the last 2-3 years. So, of course, because it's blockchain, but is getting a lot of traction. Yeah? So from an academic standpoint, we have to underline this aspect. Now, let's go to the meat and potato of the presentation. What are the benefits of blockchain adoption in general? So we have ensure product integrity and significant cost savings. This probably is the best takeout you can have. You know that in certification, for our certification, there's a lot of handover, and a lot of money spent on that. Well, if we implement in the right way the concept of blockchain embedded into the halal supply chain, then we can report between 70 and 90% of cost savings in certification. No? So it's not a negligible amount, if you ask me. We can streamline the complexity because everything got digital. I will show you then an example in Indonesia. Yes, all the certificates get digitalized, QR code, everything is scanned, everything is tracked and traced, in real time actually. Facilitate change management, promote sustainable halal practices, and all the different theoretical underpinning we draw that for. But the problem now, I want to stress the aspect of challenges. Where are the challenges? So we know it's a good thing. What are the challenges in that? First of all, first and foremost, is the data privacy. As you understood from the beginning, blockchain is a way to share database, and it's like a shared database among peers, right? So everybody, in theory, everybody has the same level of information. And this is something which conflicts and contrasts with, our regulation about data privacy, like the GDPR, first and foremost. Then we have another one, which is very specific. It has to do with the interoperability and integration. Supply chains are very old and are operated on a very old standards. Sometimes track and trace gets in Excel. It gets done in Excel. So very old, if you ask me, right? And a lot of agents are interested into this end-door phase across the supply chain. So you can understand how complicated it gets when you need to make 2 different IT systems talk to each other. No? Major problem. So problem 1 and 2 are major. Scalability, technologically we're kind of there, in the sense that we're going to overcome that. Scalability means how many data we can process for a single segment. And up to this point, we're not at the level of a normal, let's say, database, but we're working on that. And it's not needed speed for halal track and tracing. So it's, let's say, minor. Then cost and resource constraints. Believe me, it's not easy. It's not even not expensive to set up a blockchain system. Yeah? So this would rule out all PME, all the small and medium enterprises over there that wants to implement something like that. Of course, regulatory compliance and education and awareness, yeah, which play a major role. Again, it's an old business that needs to think with old paradigm, you know, and overcome an old paradigm is not easy. This in general, and then we get the specific challenges for the halal supply chain. So we don't have a global halal certification, right? We already discussed that over and over. Sometimes we don't have accurate data, inadequate raw material regulation, ineffective traceability system. Yeah? So if I can sum up these specific challenges, I would say, first of all, it's about regulations. Can be about you know, the certification process, could be about raw material, God knows. And then there's like a technological aspect, which is we do have inaccurate data first, and we do have inaccurate system to track those things. No? In order to do that properly, you need IoT, Internet of Things, which are really expensive. According to the theory, so what we found out, there are like 4 types of, let's say, configuration of blockchain. Permission and permissionless, and private or public. Yeah? Back then, in 2021, we found out that the best way to organize a blockchain was a private, permissionless blockchain. Let me provide you the best example we have at this moment on the planet, which is coming from Indonesia. So, the current halal food system in Indonesia relies on halal certificates and labels, of course, and are overseen by the authority, the LPPO MUI, but lacks transparency for consumers, highlighting the needs for improved traceability mechanisms. That's for sure. No? So, Suri and Dario Tali, 2021, come up with a groundbreaking scheme that we can assume is the best example to implement something like that in a halal supply chain to get to all the results I'm talking over and over. Okay? And it works like that. It's a very simple one, and it revolves around the meat. So we're not talking about over-processed things, right? So in theory, it's simpler, but it should work like that. You set up everything on a permission, so private blockchain. No? And of course, you have to include the public bodies. You have to include the halal bodies, that's for sure. It's something that is missing, for example, in a normal blockchain configuration. At the beginning, which is step 1, at the slaughterhouses, yeah, a unique ID is stamped in the meat and is uploaded on this database, on this blockchain, right? Then the authority, in this case it will be the LPPO MUI, would verify the documentation, which is in digital form, so it's super easy to do, and put the halal stamp, a digital halal stamp on that shipment. Okay? And then basically it's the halal certification is generated, and the ashes with the meat ID is generated as well and attached to the shipment. Then the shipment goes from the producer, if you remind at the beginning of the presentation, was the manufacturing step, and goes to the outbound process. And then goes from one, let's say, agent to the next, and at each end out, this certification and this endover is certified. So, in theory, everybody in the supply chain can monitor in real time what is happening with the shipment, and the halal integrity is granted at each and every step of the process. And eventually, it gets to the final step, which is the retail, where the final check is done, the update meat status is uploaded on the supply chain, And I'm talking about a little bit about science fiction, but in theory, the client, the final customer, can walk into a retail shop, scan the QR code, and be sure 100% that that piece of meat was certified 100% from farm to fork. And it's something that is missing at this point. Based on our previous research, halal consumers are willing to pay up to 35% in price, in premium price. But the point is, if you ask them, are you sure that you're consuming halal food? And the answer is always, no, I do that on the basis of faith, right? But with blockchain, what we try to push is, you don't have to pay a premium price just because of faith. You pay that because it's completely certified. You are 100% sure that you're consuming something from farm to fork. Huh? But still, it's rocket science up to this very moment. And if you ask me, it's not a problem of technology, because we're kind of there. It's not a problem of cost either, because you can share that into the blockchain. Now it's a very long topic. There's the article you can read for references, of course. So the problem is not certification, it's not technological, it's not even economical, in my opinion at least. It's about the regulation. You have to be sure that the regulation go into the same direction. And as we mentioned multiple times today, since this morning, we're still not there yet, and we need that. That's the thing. No? We must highlight that no concrete empirical implementation of blockchain in the context of halal supply chain have been implemented at this point. Yeah? So the Indonesian model is the closest thing we have to the real thing. And that's pretty much all.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Speaker, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. So thank you for the opportunity for us to deliver the last work. The title is Designing Intelligent Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP, Halal Authentication. I have three supervisors, Professor Taufik Jatna, Yandra Kemal, and Professor Kaswar Samsu. I'm very Sudaindrawan from Indonesia. Next slide. I can do it from here, yeah? Alright, that's me, and I'm lucky because Dr. Vincenzo already mentioned about blockchain. So I'm from IPB University, and I'm joining also a research group named BRAIN, Blockchain, Robotic and Artificial Intelligence Networks. So my topic today is on how to use the artificial intelligence in the ERP system that we currently have. So just to make us in the same level of perception, ERP, what is ERP? It's a combination of series of integrated software module. The keyword is a single database and real time. So you see there, it works efficiently and effectively through the re-engineering and automating its business process, data sharing procedure, so everybody will be seeing the same data, as well as access within the environment, again, real time. Next one, halal authentication. So we talk about certification, accreditation, and so on and so forth. Let's talk about authentication. What is authentication? That's the process of verify and certify the product or service in terms of compliance with the Sharia, so that whether we allow to consume it or to use it or not. And the next one, the halal authentication process ensure that the product or process, I repeat once again, product or process has been produced, processed, as well as presented in accordance with Islamic law Sharia, including, we have from previous speaker, composition, properties, varietal, purity, origin, country of origin, as well as technology or production method. The previous speaker also talked about the packaging. So therefore we need a series appropriate methods needed to obtain accurate and reliable results in the process of monitoring and controlling the halal authentication of ingredients of product or food. So
the simple way is halal authentication is to authenticate our product that able to automatically deliver the information recommendation whether it's halal or not halal. So came to the systematic literature review. I'm going to make it quick here. We use a keyword of ERP, halal authentication, halal food supply chain, as what Dr. Vicencio also mentioned previously. Halal integrity, we have 193 papers. But when we come up with the Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4 paper is 23, and all the topic available as presented on the screen. So we found that from the systematic literature review, the halal authentication consists of 6 steps, which is the halal labeling, halal certification checking, physical inspection, tracking. We name it as an administrative authentication. The next one is the laboratorium testing. We call it physical authentication because you send sample to laboratory. And the last one is during the production process. We need to do or to conduct both, which is the administrative and physical authentication. So the ERP halal authentication itself, it has 2 goals, which is the conduct 6 halal authentication step automatically, and the second one is to ensure that we record all the result and the process and outcome into the ERP system, as what the blockchain also concept, the 3T, trust, transparent, and traceable. So the difference with the ERP, the intelligent ERP authentication, halal authentication, is we have the third one, which is the intelligent ERP halal authentication has a capability in executing the decision-making process based on the data analytics. So this where the artificial intelligence come into the play. This is the ERP existing one. I believe many of you are already familiar with. We focus only on 2 things, which is quality and quantity. Once you have both, clear, you can proceed. But ERP halal authentication, it has one very important factor, which is the halal integrity. So ERP only quality and quantity. ERP halal authentication, it has quality, quantity, as well as halal integrity. So we use one of the largest imported state-owned government enterprise in Indonesia, which basically import meat product from Australia, New Zealand, Brazil, and any other countries. And this is the full process. I'm not going to detail on that one, starting from import, custom clearance, and so on and so forth. So the interesting part is the halal authentication happen these days in these factories and several other factories in Indonesia or companies in Indonesia. The authentication execute based on manual. What I'm referring to manual, by using the person responsible to check the document one by one. So we have a halal certificate, we have health certificate, country of origin, what is that? What else? Packing list, commercial invoice, and ensure that all information available on the document is appropriate or in accordance to the what we purchase. And the next concern is most of us didn't do the physical authentication, which is we didn't do the laboratory testing. So the research gap, we do it manually on all the documents. So if you know, we all know that manual means tampering, falsification, human error, and so on and so forth. No integrated, the result we correct not in ERP. So when it comes to problem, there is no traceability. And the last one is no data analytic. Decision making based on what we do, which is manual. So we do this process, which is the model-based system engineering. We went to functional architecture, conceptual, logical, and physical architecture. I'm going to make it quick on this one. We've already completed. We identified the business process, what we are going to do with the next of the design one. We have also the functional and non-functional requirement, as well as to identify what are the new one. I'm putting in bold and in the green here, as well as the non-functional requirement like the response time of the system and so on and so forth. And this also the scheme, like for example, in this purchase. So what we offer is, what we do is to make sure that we can only purchase into a specific supplier or vendor, which is certified already. And this is not a static data, this is dynamic data, meaning let's AI to make it upgrade the data from time to time. The next one is for the inventory. So the inventory only be able to, for example, to be received and stored in a particular warehouse, which is the halal warehouse. It's not able to also be mixed during the transportation because it has specific transportation mode and so on and so forth. System will help us on that one. So this all attribute as okay, and then the logical, we have a use case, we have the data flow diagram and so on and so forth. And here we go. This is the physical architecture. So what the system gave us, on the purchase order maintenance, for example, when we are going to create a new purchase order to our supplier or vendor, again, system will tell us, hey, you only be able to purchase from this particular specific vendor, only. The next one, for the vendor will also be giving us the clear barcode and or QR code that consists of all the critical information, as well as the inventory. We can only store, transport, and so on and so forth in the assigned location. And the last part is on the ERP, the intelligent part is on the data analytics. So what I'm referring to here, out of those 9 documents, the halal certificate, health certificate, country of origin, and so on and so forth, there are, of course, 3 key information, 3 key particular data that we need to incorporate in our system. So we put all of them in the system. So we let our vendor to do it for us. Again, is this an additional activity for vendor? The answer is yes. But we come up, when we are evaluating the benefit, it's huge because it will help both of us, vendor and us in Indonesia. So we ask the vendor to put the halal certificate number, production plan, and so on and so forth, all the critical information. So this is where the data classification came from. When the system receive the product during the custom clearance, then what we do is only like scan the document, the barcode or the QR code, and we'll have information, whether all the information is correct or not, and then system through the AI will be able to tell us, we have a problem with the mismatch and so on and so forth. That's the administrative authentication. And the physical authentication through the laboratory and the combination of both physical and administrative in the production, this is the global scheme, which is we have laboratory testing usually out of the factory, different area or even different cities. So that's why we use the cloud computing to be able to incorporate the data that we gather from the vendor, from us, as well as from the laboratory testing. We process it to the BMS, SQL, and then the ERP will be able to immediately tell us whether the product is halal or not halal based on those information. So, are we talking about investment here? The answer is no. Because why? I'm not trying to promote a brand, but there is an Udu ERP system. This is a free, open source. We can download it, everybody can has it. And in Indonesia, there are many also small, medium, micro enterprise that currently we are pushing them to use to be able to make sure that the whole halal ecosystem in Indonesia will be integrated under one system. And again, this is not an additional investment. So, to conclude my presentation, the intelligent ERP halal authentication talk about automatic versus manual currently, integrated, which is the currently not integrated, as well as it use what we call as a business analytics in comparison with no data analytics during the decision-making process. We are hoping that our work here in Indonesia able to be also shared and implemented globally because, again, we are pursuing or we are moving to one direction, which is global halal ecosystem. Thank you. That's all from me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening for everyone and good day. It's my pleasure today and to have this great honor to be one of the speakers on this great and estimated Congress. And please, deeply since my graduation and highly appreciated for all the organizers here for this idea to share my knowledge and share my interest in the food safety and halal, because halal and tayyiba is our work and they are in the same line. قال تعالى فكلوا مما رزقكم الله حلالا طيبا واشكروا نعمة الله إن كنتم إياه So this is our target for the halal worldwide in all countries. As the European Halal Congress aims, we are with them. We are here not because we know halal is not a business only. Halal is our life because food safety and halal, everything will be halal. Basically, it should be, again, from the food safety aspect, is perfect. So we are with them, and the most important goal is to provide with the quality and the quality product. The greatest risk is total no risk at all. So, let us attitude, give it the gratitude and the harmony with each other, and let us strengthen the bonds between the countries, because we are in the one universal, one earth. We have to make cooperations and teamwork between the countries and between the same country to be sure that always we are to overcome all the, again, the new problems now for the climate change, for the wars, for the food supply chain, to be sure that it's safe in all the countries. Because food, as we know, all of us, is not only the nourishment, is also a source of pleasure. Here again, as I told you, accelerating climate change, the food trade, new food, navid food, protein from insects. There's many now challenge, which we have to face it from the side of food safety and from the aspect of halal also. Our target here again, the most important aspect of us is the standard operation procedure, the strict hazard analysis, because hygiene is defined as a practice of keeping no dirt yourself, and sanitation is the process of keeping places frozen. Which was in the concentrating on safety, security and sustainability is a part and parallel of Europe. As my colleague said, in May 2020, from farm to fork, and another countries from cup to the cup, from crop to the cup. So we have, why we choose halal again, and even non-Muslim now, many of them, they choose halal also. Because it's healthier, safer to human being consumption, super quality, humanity to animal, sustainability, even from the animal welfare side. Halal is with the animal welfare. This is not correct what other countries now, they give the penetration, the stunning, anything else, this is what animal welfare. No. In my opinion, as a doctor, food safety specialist, really, because when you slaughter the animal one shot, it's easier than give them penetration and destroy the skull and bleeding. This will be a painful one, and there is many research about this situation. Again, we have to be sure about stop the cross-contamination and prevention by keep quiet, keep no dirt for all the food supply chain. Intervening of halal and tayyiba. We have to be sure with them, monitoring these conditions from many regulations. If we hear here, because all what we need here, a clean air, because the air will affect the surfaces and the food product itself. Wholesomeness, the wholesomeness of the meat has two components. With each other should be, the meat should be safe to eat, free from parasite, microbiological pathogens, hazard, and again, from the quality side should be containing minerals, vitamins, and protein. Again, when there is halal, what you want more than this? It would be perfect. Key objective for complement providing halal, it should be control cross-contamination, use halal certified, avoid, as my colleague, of course, speaking too much about it, to be sure from the farm to the fork. Avoid use of chemicals and pesticides, halal slaughtering in a good way with animal welfare and any other new technique. Address potential microbial contamination should be also. You see now there's a water, today I saw it in Bosnia, there's halal. You were surprised, how the water, they wrote halal. Something we have to think on it also. It's correct, by the way, of course. Use pure, safe water in the process and packaging. Of course, I will go faster because my colleagues speak about many things. Here, the contamination, we have to choose sure in the whole supply chain. Halal and tayyiba. There is many government, of course, regulation and guidelines in USDA, Europe, Germany, FAO, Codex Alimentaris, and all of them with the food safety moderations. Halal regulation, of course, basically from the Quran, Kareem, Holy Quran, and from Sunnah and many other things. Halal food should be processed again, halal, with the GHP from the hygienic quality and from the good manufacturing practice, both. This is the GMB, they speaking about it, and the HACCP again, all the steps from the raw material, from the farm to the fork, to here to the conferences, what we eat. Be safe. USDA has reported that the cross-contamination, water cleaning and sanitation are among the biggest risk factors. This is the last thing in 2013. And the main goal of good sanitary design is to make it easier to clean and sanitize equipment in order to reduce the potential of contamination by biological, chemical, or physical. In food production chain, meat safety remains the major industrial challenge, of course. Now, the future of using healthcare now arrived. Before, to extend the life cycle of the food they use, the heat treatment have been widely used and accepted from the customer. But you know, it's affected the organic and affected the loss of nutrient in the food. So now, cold plasma is arrived. Cold plasma, what is cold plasma? It's a non-thermal. Sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's non-heated. It's antimicrobial mode of action other than heat. This is a new technology because we have to think out of the box. By the way, there's no box. We have to think always. We have to be, as they told me, smart, innovation. Islam give you this, and the humanity give you this. Wars start here. We have to think many things to overcome this challenge. What is a non-thermal plasma? If you remember the physics lessons, plasma are partially or wholly ionized gases. It's the fourth state of the matter, from when gases are energized, leading to ionizing removal of electrons here, and atoms create a plasma, which will be plasma and electrons, both of them, will have the antimicrobial effect. Again, this is example. This is the H2O2. When give energy, the solid will be destroyed. Give us the liquid, the second stage. You give them energy, maybe electricity or heating, it will change to gases, destroyed. When it's swimming, these molecules or particles, it will join again and will again the old H2O2, the O itself, dissociation to many particles. These particles will give us the power of the plasma. Here again, plasma is a superheated matter, so hot that the electrons are ripped away from the atoms forming and ionized. This one, which is have the antimicrobial effect on many pathogens. In the last decades, this technology, the non-thermal, has generated increasing research attention. By the way, now there is, I think in Europe and in USDA, there is approved from the government for it, to use this. Cold plasma is broadly effective and because the antimicrobial modes of action really on the ionized gases rather than chemical. There is no chemical, no sanitizer, is not affected in the in the food itself, especially in the fruit. It's put it now in the supermarket or in the big malls because it will not affect the fruit and no water. What I have in the input system, just energy, and output, self. Relatively new technology for food processing, adaptation for exciting application. I will share with you some. So here the mode of action, if we call it, tayyib naturally, continuously, non-thermal plasma is the future of the type. We will see now in the application. It's destroyed. Well, how it works, or the mode of action. It's destroyed the DNA, RNA in the molecule, in the microorganism. molds, bacteria, pathogen, vaccines, sorry, not vaccines, viruses, I mean, no residues, USDA organic registered, no chemical, and where it's air. You can choose many air, by the way. Some used O2, some nitrogen or organo, but here they use the air itself because it's around and it's cheap. Again, no limited line, surface, it's safe in the surfaces, water, packaging. So here what we, as before I told you of the plasma, there's a dissociation, chemical reaction in which a molecule or compound breaks into smaller pieces such as ions, atoms, and radicals. Here again the chain of the reaction, how it's coming and how it's introduced. I will share with you some applications from the laboratories. Here non-thermal plasma are an equal opportunity pathogen killer, important because when properly designed is proven to be effective against most pathogens that impact both people and animal health, food safety and the preservation and the freshness. Here if we focus on pH of anyone, you know pH of the water should be almost 7. So this is what will not affect its wild mind, effect of the pH in the water. Here now it's used in the hydroponic and irrigation system for the water, you know, in the aquarium. I saw this, and it's basically the stabilization, adjusting, and application. Also now they're used in the, what is called, if you have it, the container of the farms. It's in the Korea now, they use it and start to trans this idea for other countries. Again, it has the benefits in the insect control. It has the power to kill the larvae and the eggs itself. And the fungi, of course, bacterial, post-harvest bioprotection. Here, as I told you, it's work in the eco-friendly, reduces chemical dependency, broad spectrum efficiency, so it's safety for human and animal, and of course the environment itself. Here, as I told you, the insect control. You can see this is a paper, but I took a part from it. Here for the air disinfection, which can be used in the hospitals and in the clinics. Here one, I think this is in US, significant reduction of aspergillus. This was in a plant for custom production. He told us there is a mold. So here they use this non-thermal plasma, a device, which is, they give it on January nothing, they give it on you see pre-test, that in 20, they give it on May to August, then you see how this dropped to May, then they discontinued in July, when you see in July how is done again high, then they use again the device for non-thermal plasma, it's down in November. So this we show, and this by the evidence of that non-thermal plasma technique. Of course the technique was used by count for the bacteria, for the mold. Again here there is another application, over 99% pathogen reduction in 21. You see now the one in cutting area 2, how it's the red was, this was affected by again E. coli. Here they use it within areas, counting before and after. Here the blue is after. In treatment, the blue, pre-treatment, the red. Again, this is another one. They use it indoor, of course, for avian influenza. This is here, give it cultivation influenza in 100 Angola, indoor via culture, steroid, petri dishes. Here they make the exposure for the non-thermal technology for 30 minutes. Then here you can see the control. Here how they decline when there is decrease when they use the non-thermal plasma. Here again, this is in a mall or a supermarket. Let us see the use of non-thermal technology significantly reduce the spoilage. You can see the spoilage and the shrink. This is the one in the left, which is without the technology, the right with the technology. Here it's used in a building, in a huge building as, let us see with the people. again, it's decreased for the for the sterilization. There is with the EC they put it. By the way, this is the note from the Halal. These devices, they have the license from Halal, and this is the note from them. GMB required indoor pathogenic non-thermal plasma for the Halal Tayyib. The system will add a value to their Halal program, where your product will back and undesirable practice. So this is from the Halal certificate body for this device. Already they approved from the Halal situation, or aspect, I mean, sorry. Here again, this is the, I think, the opinion of the Halal certificate body, how it's the DNA. You know, our target is the Halal DNA. In my vision, you know, this device can destroy the DNA of the non-halal, because if destroy the pork DNA, this will be sure after all the DNA from the animal slaughtered non-halal before the halal animal. This will give you a good chance to be sure that this product is fully, inshallah, 100% halal. This is why technology will add a value of halal product, clear air, and there's no shubha, by the way, in this way. Also, the technology can use indoor household, where it will stop mold growth, and fresh air will help breathing system, respiratory and respiratory, as we see, shahiq and zafir. And if you think why people in allergy in many substances, and especially during the spring, maybe this is from the most sensitivity thing, we have to think about it. Again, cold plasma reduce microbial, as I told you here, has been exposure to enhance the shelf life. This is our target. When they increase the shelf life, this is help us in the vacuum, in the map animals. This arrange give a chance to import animal via sea, via air. It will be low cost, but the quality is good. Now we imported this only by plane. You know how expensive for the poor countries especially. My conclusion and other conclusion again from the other research is an effective, water-free, chemical-free, contact-free antimicrobial processing technique. Parameter extensive devices demonstrated efficiency, examined as a method to control coronavirus, because there is many other applications effective. But of course, there is always a future considerations. The future. Also, we have to thinking if there is a resistance for that, but I check it, no, not too much, because the particles will separate, then again it will join, so it's difficult to have a resistance for this. But again, we have to study this. Again, filtration system from khabith, harmful bacteria, and tayyib, if the food processing became a requirement, from halal it will help tayyib aspect with killing bacteria in the air, extend shelf life, and more the same story I explained before. So my recommendation here, as we see anticipated for cold plasma, it's perfect to use it because it will be a cornerstone technology in the next time. But again, there is many things we have to think of it. We have to work on, as I told you, in the DNA and in the resistance and in the use. Now it's used in the water, by the way, also. About the safety of it for the worker is safe because it's just there is a voltage and there is voltage, and it should be cheap because we use the air itself. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity to share my knowledge, and thank you for the organizer. Deep thankful for Dr. Damir and Dr. Midhat for keep helping me and my team, Dr. Daryl and Dr. Dia, and we looking forward for a good sharing for our knowledge because we have to reach to perfect, inshallah, perfect, not in the conference only, but because of worldwide, we want a clear environment from the aspect of halal and tayyiba. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone. So it seems I'm the only one here coming from financial sector. So I don't have opportunity to say, some other speakers told this before me, but I will try to be quick and considerate. So as most of you know, there is a bank that strives to operate according to Islamic finance principles. We say is the only Islamic bank in this part of Europe. The next one is in Albania, that also is, let's say, trying to operate. Why I say this? Because we have a regulatory environment which is very difficult for Islamic financial institutions to implement all these contracts and principles that Islamic finance requires from these kind of institutions. So especially in Bosnia and maybe Albania, but our case is Bosnia, we also have this socialist legacy combined with European legislation, regulation simply copy-pasted from European Union, which is very good in the EU, but doesn't have to be good for us and doesn't have to be good for Islamic financial institutions. So when we talk about Islamic banks, Islamic financial institutions, we have to mention that they are governed by Islamic principles, by Sharia law. There has to be Sharia board ruling the bank. And what we probably all of us know, it prohibits interest, excessive uncertainty, too high risk, speculation, and in general investing in haram activities. So in order to implement these principles, it emphasizes profit sharing and contracts such as musharaka, mudaraba, murabaha, ijara, and others. It emphasizes risk sharing, some other models that are not, let's say, not so easily accepted under traditional conventional banking environment. So I will try to skip these transparency, let's say, this part of talk because it's quite known for all of us. And actually, sometimes, from time to time, we like to say in halal, this is very special, but actually when we look at the contemporary industry on the West, it is very much the same, because they didn't follow maybe some sacred sources, but with science, with reason, they came to the same conclusions, and sometimes they perform even better than the Muslim world in some practices. So, objective of the article is to investigate challenges faced by Islamic banks that try to implement these Islamic banking contracts in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So this means regulatory, legal, and operational barriers that exist in Bosnia, and these challenges include restrictive legal frameworks, inability to implement the contracts such as murabaha, musharaka, and others, and also to discuss potential solutions and future prospects of Islamic banking in Bosnia. So when we say explore legal reforms, I wouldn't say reform. It's just a small, maybe incremental change in the legal framework to let these institutions operate according to their principles. So what is the most well known about Islamic finance? It is prohibition of interest. In order to avoid interest, we have these risk sharing and profit sharing activities, which is not so easily accepted under conventional framework. And we have asset-backed financing, which is murabaha and ijara. Unfortunately, in the practice of Islamic banks, murabaha is the most widely accepted. Why? Because it is the model that is very similar to conventional models. So with murabaha, actually, in most cases, mathematics is the same, almost, and the risk is the same. It's just, it is for the clients who want to be sure that their financing is according to Islamic principles, but it doesn't bring all the benefits of Islamic finance for the client and for the society. It is just to provide halal alternative. I'm telling this because some of you before mentioned some benefits of halal. When you eat halal, it means maybe you will avoid some diseases. In some models it is so in Islamic finance, with some others it's not. So it depends on which model you use. So you have this interest versus profit sharing. When we talk about the differences between Islamic and conventional system, we have ethical investments, but we also have ethical investments in conventional. Maybe even better structured and developed with all these CSR, impact investing initiatives, SDGs, and so on. We had asset-backed transactions, but also I have to say that there are mortgages in conventional banking sector as well. So conventional financial institutions will also, they would prefer to have some kind of collateral, which means they also prefer asset-backed transactions. And transparency and fairness emphasized in Islamic banking theory, but also Western conventional banking also recognized importance of this transparency, fairness, other principles. So you can find this also as well under conventional laws. So the most important one is the interest. So this is the key principle that Islamic banks must avoid, while other principles are really relatively similar. So when we talk about the current legal and regulatory framework, the key legislation is the law on banks. It's very good legislation. As I said, very much copy-pasted from the European Union, which is good. We strive to join the European Union. The law mandates capital adequacy, risk management, corporate governance standards, which is also all the good stuff from Europe we imported. But also the current law does not explicitly accommodate Islamic banking, Islamic financial contracts. It doesn't mention, it doesn't forbid. But it says, for example, that that bank is an institution that accepts deposits and pays interest and approves loans and charges interest. Of course, the second interest will be higher than the first one, and this is the basic business model of any conventional bank. So when you have such things in the law, it is very difficult to be Islamic bank. Also there are some challenges such as difficulties in implementing profit sharing contracts because of these clauses in the law. Also you have disclosure requirements. For example, when we had maybe some 10 years ago, we had issues with the Swiss francs, and some people had to repay much higher amount of financing than what they should repay at first, because there were issues with the currency risk with the Swiss franc, and then the government imposed this law on the consumer protection, so which is good. It requires the bank to disclose amount of every KM, every single KM, the local currency, that the customer is, that must repay to the bank. So if you want to implement this profit sharing contract, you cannot, because profit sharing means you will have to wait a year or 2 or 3 to see the actual result of some project, or financial result of a company, and then you see if the profit is, 100,000 KM, and you share, there is a ratio you agreed on advance, and the bank will get, for example, 30,000, and the rest goes to client. This is the real musharaka. However, you cannot you cannot have this with the current legislation, which is an interesting example because the law itself aims to prevent, harm for the client, but at the same time prevents Islamic or Muslim clients to have Islamic financing according to their requirements. So we have these regulatory challenges, restrictions on profit-sharing contracts, limitation on trade-based financing models. The bank cannot trade, as the law says, the bank accepts deposits, and it trades money. It cannot trade a car or apartment or something else. And there are these requirements for clear disclosure of charges and returns, and it's the same with deposits as well. So, difficulties in applying Islamic contracts, inadequate knowledge and expertise among bank employees is the next to be Islamic. And sometimes it is really not possible because the product itself is not Islamic. So, and at the end, there is this legal and regulatory challenge from the banking law. So, among solutions, we have regulatory reforms, or let's say not a reform, small incremental change, capacity building, which should include universities and other similar stakeholders, and innovative financial products. However, Islamic finance is relatively innovative compared to other sectors of Islamic economic system. There is market potential for Islamic finance because there is more than 50% of Muslims, but these issues must be solved because there is some skepticism as well among these potential clients. So I think I mentioned the first three. We should also implement some public awareness campaigns, and also I have a call for collaboration and partnership with all stakeholders, which is part of this conclusion. Call to action for all stakeholders, Islamic community, Islamic bank, regulator, the Federal Banking Agency, the central bank, the universities should work together in order to propose solutions, which we all know we tried several times regarding the regulatory environment, but the law simply didn't pass from political reasons. But there are these another issues that can be solved without the politics. So we should work on solving what can be solved now, and maybe leave the political aspect later when time comes, for this. So thank you very much.
Another domain when halal is an issue. It's not about food, but it's about infertility, where couples, particularly Muslim couples, are facing, like other couples in the world, infertility, and they try to solve this problem in harmony with their religious belief. And we will try to see how the Muslim world itself is not uniform on this matter. So this is me. I did a PhD on a comparative study between Sharia and Halakha for Jews and Muslims in their original context, but also in their diasporic context, because many of the halal problems are coming from diasporic context, not only with majority of Muslim population context. So new reproductive techniques. I would like to remind that the halal, many non-Muslims generally believe that it is just about food certification or animal slaughtering, which is not the case, because halal can really dig into details that we cannot even imagine, sometimes abusively, because we have today in the world some DVDs, fitness DVDs labeled halal, which is, and also in France, some what we call halal speed dating, when families come to bring people to meet. I find it personally abusive, but I mean, exploring the halal word is really interesting, and I'm taking you today on the journey between biomedicine, because biomedicine means using parts of the body to have new kind of medicine, and it can be very problematic, particularly when it comes to organ donations with the late progresses. For example, I don't know if you are aware of having this genetically modified hearts for transplant from pigs, which is for a Muslim living with a pig heart, even genetically modified, will be a very problematic, particularly for believers. So what are the new reproductive techniques? That's a word that covers a lot of techniques that are available, and in migratory context it's possible to have the technique, but the technique cannot fit your Islamic beliefs. So we are speaking mainly about in vitro fertilization, artificial insemination, and surrogacy, or surrogate mothers. So each of these techniques responds to a specific case of infertility, either men or women, or sometimes both, or an impossibility to conceive due to many reasons. So faced with these new techniques, Muslim infertile couples needed a clear answer to this question. Particularly, there is a contradiction between accepting your own fate as not having children. Maybe it's not God's will or Allah's will, to give you children. Maybe that's your fate and you have to accept it as your masir, and that's your destiny. And sometimes also there is another predicament to find a solution even in other contexts, and to always seek, particularly that Islam is a religion that encourages science. It's not a religion against science, so scientific progress was always encouraged, particularly in the medical field. So the two main questions were: are all the techniques for having a child halal or not? Or can technology intervene in a natural creation and a very private matter as nikah, or as an intimate life of a couple? Is it contrary to the divine will, or this intervention? Can we have another person intervening in the equation, which is possible technically, but not religiously? And just like other monotheism, procreation is a duty for Muslims. I mean, even in terms of selection, fertility can be a condition to select. There is a hadith from Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam: تزوجوا الودود الولود فإني مكاثر بكم الأمم يوم القيامة. Get married with a sweet and fertile woman. And also, infertility can be a motive of divorce in most of the Islamic legislations for impossibility of conceiving. And even having children, like the notion of nation, Islamic notion of nation, is also part of this fertility by multiplication of the Muslim population. When the Muslim authorities were consulted on the hukum of new techniques for reproduction, the world Islamically concluded in the 80s that the need for children for a married woman who cannot procreate is considered as a legitimate aim, a maslaha, justifying the recourse to techniques. But there were some specific conditions, because there are the nasab rules, or inheritance also, and legitimate filiation, that were very interesting to see when compared with what the techniques brought. So we can find today that the majority of Sunni Muslims, they have the principle only intermarital material can be used between the couple, the husband and the wife. There is no possibility of intervention of a third in the Sunni majority. And it's also possible only during the marriage. If the husband dies, if the material is conserved somewhere, death means the end of marriage. But there are some exceptions where the iddah can be used as a moment where the link continues beyond death of one of the partners. And we see that there is this exception of Shia. We are particularly in Iran, where the possibilities are very different, which makes as if there is a double standard of halal on this issue, which is making many scientists think that we need a common reflection on what is possible or not. So I'll give you the examples. Particularly, Shiism is exceptional when it comes to intervention of third. It's possible to have a donor, a third donor in for the infertile couple, and the possibility to recurse even after the dissolution of the marriage by divorce or death of husband. So, Sunnism, only intramarital material is possible. Most of the Sunni majority countries' legislation only admit those techniques that are between the couple and after years of trying naturally to have a child. We have, as I said, only intramarital techniques are possible, which sometimes make it more difficult for women, because generally infertility is made, sometimes it's the husband who is infertile, which makes there is no other possibility to have a child, particularly that most of the Sunni countries, except Tunisia, of what I know, does not allow adoption. They allow kafala, but not full adoption by giving names and right to the child without biological relationship. As I said, Sharia law in particular, the Idda rules impose on the divorced and widow women a period of 3 or 4 months, depending on the situation, to preserve the right of the child. If she's pregnant, there is a child entitled to have his father's name and legacy. In application of these Idda rules, and with the possibility of today retaining the gametes, Sunni jurists think that once the marriage is concluded by divorce or death, there is no possibility and the embryos or the preserved gametes should be destroyed. This is not used. Same things, for example, for Tunisia, in my country of origin, if a person will go a chemotherapy, they can keep their material, but they cannot get it unless they can use it in a very legal framework. If they are not married, they cannot get it back. It's only for marriage to keep this sphere of halal. They cannot take your material back to have a child on your own. Most of the Muslim jurists make this analogy between a child that would be conceived with third donor with Ibn Sina. There is this illegitimate relationship with all the barriers for lineage and property rights and social status. Islam does not conceive filiation outside of this legitimate circle of halality of al-firash. And there are, even if there are some possible theoretical guarantees, al-firash allows, for example, that there is this idea that the husband of the mother is the father. That's the theory. But today we are able to check with genetics and with the DNA if it is so or not. An adulterous child will have no rights in the Islamic society and can only inherit from the maternal line without a name. So this is also problematic. That's why it was completely discarded in the Sunni context that a third donor can intervene in the equation. The same idea is found in the rejection of full adoption, as I said. This would have, comparable consequences of adultery if a man is a donor, even if there is anonymity, generally what is happening. But Islam is very clear of avoiding incestuous relationships, particularly anonymous donation is not possible in the Sunni majority countries. The originalities of Shiism and why it is original, because we found, according to some studies, that Muslims from Sunni majority people are going to Shia references just to have a child, because they want to have a child. And sometimes they give just a fatwa from the Shia authority and say, I am covered myself. It's not me who took the decision. This is halal according to this Ayatollah, not this Sunni reference. So we see that there is this inter-madhab, we call it today biomedical or reproductive tourism, where people go to another country. But this is, we can call it a halal conversation, which is something very interesting for social science, but it means that sometimes people, like for banking, sometimes they go to the bank that fits their beliefs and their needs. And unfortunately, this is something we see, particularly in countries where Shia and Sunni are cohabiting, like Lebanon, for example. There are some fertility clinics who put the fatwas in the clinic, where people are reassured that they are not doing something sinful if they access to a third donor technique. Iran is today the only Muslim country where you can have embryo donation from an infertile couple to another infertile Muslim couple. So they consider that this married first couple is giving something legal. There's no illegality because it's from one married couple to another, which is something very unusual and illegal in the Sunni world. Another originality is the combination of the mut'a marriage. For the egg donor, for example, if the first couple, the woman is infertile, the husband can have a mut'a marriage for a duration of time, but the duration will not be fixed by normal conditions of this mut'a marriage, but the duration will be fixed based on taking the egg from the donor to the first wife. And then the marriage will be concluded. So it's not mut'a in the physical meaning, but mut'a in tamatta, more in Arabic, from this egg donor. We see that Shia is discussing, particularly with doctors, to know that these techniques can be accepted by the majority of the population, particularly that infertility rates are rising in many countries, 10 to 17% in Iran, according to the last statistics. And particularly, Iran is focusing on keeping the right of the child. I mean, this anonymity of the gift will allow the child to enjoy rights, successory rights and names as a full adoption, which is very original and not seeable in other places from the Muslim world. So we see that the reflection between, unfortunately, it seems that Sunni authorities and Shia authorities are not really discussing as it should be to make a clear answer, particularly, as I said, where there is no unique certification of the techniques. And this discriminates a lot of Muslims, because we will find those who can afford to go to a country where they will find the fatwa that they need, particularly globally today for surrogacy. As I said, in countries where people live between many sects, it's possible to go to this fertility clinics where you can find a religious confirmation of your choice. So as I said, maybe most of it is comparison between what the Shia considers as halal and what Sunnis considers as halal in terms of fertility. I will conclude to stick to the time. We can say that it's really having this halality in biomedicine is very interesting, and we need to make it maybe more, because Muslims are not producers of this medical techniques. I did a comparison between the Jewish and the Muslim context. We see that, for example, we have a lot of doctors, for example, majority countries, they produce these techniques and they do the reflection before even the technique to see if it is in conformity or not. But Muslims generally reflect it once it comes to them, once the product is here, and it's not a reflection in advance, but after. So we should maybe involve into research and scientific reflection on bioethical issues. And it's very interesting to see also this tourism between those who are pushed to have a child, but they need to respect their faith, and sometimes they negotiate with their faith, unfortunately, because they do not find one clear answer to all the context. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, good evening. It's a great pleasure to have you all here and to be here to be part of European Congress. I have to announce myself. My name is Emina Nizic. I work in Tourism Association of Sarajevo Canton. I work as coordinator for promotion, but also for development of tourism. And today, I will speak about halal tourism and how halal tourism can improve tourism offer. Okay, you can see me here. It's one nice photo of me. And I will speak about halal tourism and how halal tourism can improve tourism offer, how halal tourism can help destinations to improve themselves, to become more competitive. Of course, everything will be connected with the Sarajevo canton as an example of destination that use halal tourism as competitiveness. So for the beginning, just to know that halal tourism is really growing industry, and halal tourism is recognized as one tourist niche that can be used in a way to improve a destination. So the Muslim travelers are one big population. This is like the hundreds of millions Muslim travelers that are traveling during the whole year. They spend a lot. That is really important for us in tourism. It is about 2 billion of Muslims that are traveling and that are finding new destinations. So they have significant purchasing power. It means that they are spending a lot, and most of those Muslim travelers are coming from few countries. So at first, this is Gulf countries, then Indonesia, Turkey, Malaysia, Singapore, and for us in Canton Sarajevo, it is important that about 1/3 of tourist traffic in Sarajevo Canton comes from Gulf countries, and then about 15% are from Turkey, the rest is from other European countries, but we are very potential market for halal tourism. And Sarajevo Canton has about 80% of Muslim people living in. So it means that we are some kind of natural halal market. But what is really interesting, that the markets that are not traditionally Muslims, that don't have a lot of Muslim people living in, they are also adapting their tourism offer. They are finding ways how to certify themselves in the way of halal standardization, to attract more tourists from the halal countries. For example, New York City has a great application for halal tourists. Japan became really popular destination for halal tourism. Croatia also. So those are examples of the countries that are not typically Muslim countries, but they recognize halal as a very good niche to improve themselves and to attract new tourists. And Sarajevo Canton is like kind of natural halal-friendly destination. What does it mean, halal-friendly? Usually people just connect halal with the consumption of halal food. But it is not only about halal food. It is, of course, really important because gastronomy is central part of experience. Everybody just cannot wait to drink a coffee, to have a lunch. Even we that are sitting here, we enjoy lunch the most. But it's not only about food and to have a halal food. Also, to be halal-friendly destination, you have to have places to pray, mosque or other kind of places to pray, and halal accommodation. In Sarajevo Canton, we have plenty of halal accommodation in accordance with Islamic regulation. And what is also really important, World Tourism Organization is all about sustainable development, and halal tourism is basically based on these Islamic regulations, and it is full in accordance with sustainable development. And where is Bosnia and Herzegovina when we speak about halal industry? Well, according to the Global Muslim Index report for the previous year 2023, Bosnia and Herzegovina takes the 4th place on the list of the most visited halal tourist destination in Europe. And it is very good because year before we were on the 6th place, so we were just leveled up. Now we are on the 4th place, and we have to use it. Now it's a good moment to develop more halal offer to attract more tourists that are coming from different countries. So Sarajevo Canton has great opportunities for development of halal tourism. At the first place, this is our cultural and historical heritage. Sarajevo as a city was founded by Ottomans in 15th century, and we had been under Ottoman rule for almost 5 centuries. It means that we have this traditional and culture that come from Islamic countries, and this is like a first base for Sarajevo to develop halal tourism. Then we have significant number of Islamic religious buildings. In Sarajevo canton we have about 160 mosques and jamaats. It is in the city and in suburb of Sarajevo, but in total Sarajevo canton it is about 160 of mosques. Then with the 80% of Muslim people, it means that halal products and services are available anywhere. It's not only food, also important. You have here halal cosmetics, halal medicals and drugs, halal offers in halal services in tourism, in healthcare, and so on. Of course, halal food and halal accommodations in hotels and restaurants, it is really important for us in tourism. And something that gives additional value to tourism offer, and this is traditional cultural and religious events. For example, Tourism Association and Islamic Community of Sarajevo developed one project called Visit Sarajevo, Feel the Spirit of Ramadan. And it is a great way how to spend 1 month in Sarajevo to enjoy our tradition, to explore tradition of Sarajevo and Bosnia and the Muslims here. It has different type of events during that festival, and it takes full months. So it brings us more tourists even in low season. And last year, when Ramadan was in April, I was about 8 months pregnant, and there was a group of students from Netherlands. It was 44 of them. It was only one Muslim in the whole group. And they wanted me to help them to organize kind of dinner. And I decided not to take them to any of our restaurants or some fancy places. I decided to take them to Yellow Fortress. I asked Islamic community to prepare us like kind of traditional iftar, including dates and some kind of traditional food. So we take with us these lunch packages and climb up to the Yellow Fortress. There is some really beautiful place in Sarajevo. This is a fortress, just up on the hill, but it is interesting during Ramadan because there is a cannon there, and then they really enjoyed that moment. It was like highlight of their visit, and they decided to come again in November to visit Sarajevo. So it helped them to better understand Sarajevo and the culture of Sarajevo. They were here on their study program. And it helped us also to promote Sarajevo as a really halal-friendly destination that is not open only for Muslim travelers, but for anybody. But also we face here with some challenges. At first place, there is some stereotypes. A lot of people connect halal with some restrictions, and we are here to break this. Then, halal certifications. It is insufficient number of halal businesses here, because this is an advantage that can become disadvantage. We are naturally halal friendly, and you will have a lot of places that serve halal food, and they are basically following all halal rules, but they don't have a halal certificate. And this is a problem that we have to find a way how to solve it, how to raise that awareness. Then, of course, we have to train our staff and the workers how to provide tourism services. Also, some kind of economic issues. To fulfill all halal standards, it can be quite expensive, especially for small businesses. And we have to promote ourselves better in halal traffic, in halal markets, because even Tourism Association of Sarajevo Canton, we go to the travel fairs and some roads shows, we bring all hotels and the agencies, we help them to promote themselves on the halal markets, but we don't have some strategy, long or shorter, and this can be a very important step to promote ourselves better in the future. But benefits of halal tourism are really huge. So it is the worth of this market is about $3 trillion. Those are billions of users. And what is important for Sarajevo Canton, we already have a lot of tourists coming from markets that are traditionally asking for a halal offer. Some important economic benefits are about increasing income and employment, but of course this is opportunity, huge opportunity for locals that they can improve their business, especially if you know that you can sell halal product for about 40% higher price than non-halal. But benefits of halal are not only economical, it's also about social benefits because halal really promote religious tolerance and it helps us to preserve our heritage, but also it helps us to promote a healthy lifestyle because consumers of halal are not only Muslims. Anybody who wants to follow a healthy lifestyle can consume halal products. And to conclude, Sarajevo really can become a great halal destination. We already have really good natural conditions. We can use halal to become year-round destination because a lot of events like this one can be organized in low season and bring halal consumers. But what is the most important thing about halal? Halal is not about restrictions. It just opened new opportunities. So it is opposite of restrictions. It brings new opportunities, it brings new chances for all participants in supply chain. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, my name is Irena Klinger. I'm coming from beautiful country Croatia, from capital Zagreb. I'm principal of Matija Kubec International School. And it's an honor to stand before you today and discuss an important and timely topic of education, cultural diversity and inclusivity, the halal culture and halal food in the schools. Beside our topic, I would like to show you a few photos of my beautiful country. This is our coast. It's really nice. Green, and with snow it's white. We have so many water. And we show everything for our students. We have students in a school from 23 different countries, and we are very proud and we try to show our country and for all students. It's really nice, isn't it? And now, the halal food prepared according to Islamic dietary laws is essential for many Muslim students. Ensuring its availability in the school cafeteria is not just about meeting nutritional needs, but also about respecting cultural and religious practices. There are many nutritional and health benefits for halal food. We know everything about it. Halal food standards align closely with the general health and nutrition guidelines. We firmly believe that this can significantly impact the well-being in academic performance and halal students, fostering a sense of belonging and acceptance. However, implementing halal food options come with its challenges. Schools need practical steps to introduce and manage this option effectively. This including training staff on halal food preparation and handling, engaging with certificate halal food suppliers, and adapting school menu to including halal option while maintaining variety for all students. While there may be additional cost and logistical adjustment, it's absolutely possible to overcome these challenges with proper planning and commitment. Here in our school, success story, Matija Bubec International School in Zagreb has been halal certificate since 10 years ago, and this is a moment for celebrating our 10 years old certificate in a school. But we are not proud in our country because after 10 years we are just only school. But we are proud because in all region we have certificate in a school. Our knowledge is, our information is that we haven't public school in our region, and we haven't and there isn't so much school with a halal certificate in the European Union. We find some schools, but it's private school and it isn't all cafeteria, it's catering with the halal food. And we really enjoy in our cafeteria. This is our menu. In the school website, you can find every Friday new menu. With the green check is halal. We try to share the students' heritage. We try to introduce family, traditional food in our International Community Day, and we try to show everything about diversity. And we are very, very proud because First Lady visited our school and share our experience. And now I show you what students know about halal before introduced halal and after that. And please enjoy with us special sentences. To illustrate the impact of these efforts, I'd like to share some students' perspective. At Matija Bubec International School, students who initially didn't know about halal have learned through school initiatives. I wanna say thank you for Halal Certificate Center in Zagreb. We have really supported, and our religion teacher, they really be support for us. It's a little bit exotic aim, and now we know so many things about halal, and you can't compare 10 years ago. Our religion teacher, you know that Croatia is a mostly Catholic country, and in my school we have Rimokatolic religion and Muslims also. But we are very proud because our teachers' collaboration, not just on a paper. They're living together, they're teaching children together and introduce what is different and what is the same in religion. And we are very proud that it is international school, and we don't learning about globalism. We are learning about about heritage, about religion, and about her own specific in a country. And in conclusion, our goal goals is to inspire, to equip educators, policymakers, and community leaders with the knowledge and tools to champion the impact cause and including halal food in more schools in the region. I encourage school leaders and policymakers to consider integrating halal food options in their meal programs. I encourage you to take your steps towards inclusivity of halal culture by insisting on creating the foundation for halal certificate in your school and in a school in your environment. Ultimately, there is offer contribute to the community chosen and respect for diversity, embodying the principle of think globally and act locally. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum, respected professors and others. I'm Ismet Kalic, I'm rector of University Finra Tuzla, Bosnia and Herzegovina. First, I want to congratulate the organizer for this organizing this prestigious Congress. Please one applause for 6 members of the organizer which prepared this great Congress. Please. I think that the name of World Halal Congress, rather than European Halal Congress, would be more appropriate. My presentation is different from the others you have heard, because I will speak about education in personnel in tourism and gastronomy in Bosnia and Herzegovina, situation and perspectives. Tourist guides are in indirect contact with the tourists or guests. A tourist guide plays a key role in bringing a tourist or guest to revisit a tourist destination. The goal is to buy the guest to come to the tourist destination for the rest of his life, together with his family and friends. This personnel competencies of tourist guides. You can see exact knowledge, first place, exact knowledge and skills in communication with tourists, to use information technology and the information or communication technologies, to have the knowledge and skills of digital marketing, knowledge and skills of working with social networks, and knowledge and skills in optimizing visibility and position on Google Ads, to know the history, culture, and the customs of the tourist destination. It's very important. To having entrepreneurial knowledge and skills from other areas related to tourism, such as gastronomy, coffee, taxis, etc. There is an obvious lack of personnel in this area. Hospitality establishment in Bosnia have a constant need for chefs and cooks. Many catering facilities stop doing business because they can't find employee, a chief or a qualified cook. The chiefs from Croatia went to Germany, Austria, Ireland. Chiefs from Bosnia live for Croatia, and this is especially pronounced in the May to October season. The chief's salary ranged between 5 to 10 BA last year. Chiefs are the most sought after staff in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the region. You can see professional competencies of the chief. Knowledge and skills in creating a gastronomic offer. Knowledge in national and international cuisine. Gastronomic offer created for tourist guests depending on where they come from. Frezi, čevapi, burek are what should be offered to every guest is not correct. Creation of adequate kitchen space, knowledge in the arrangement of kitchen equipment, selection and management of a team of cooks and support staff, making calculations with the aim of higher earnings for various events that are organized. The chief is one who brings the guest to the restaurant. The guest is increasingly looking for the chief to suggest a dish and describe the gastronomic offer. Yes. I want to do one new study program in the University of Tuzla. Program is Tourism, Hospitality and Gastronomy. After 2 years labor market research, Fira Tuzla University introduced a unique study program in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the region. The creator of this study program is Professor Emeritus Mishatjash. He left to Greece. He is not here now, but was in the start of Congress. The uniqueness of this study program is reflected in integrates tourism, hospitality and gastronomy into one whole study program. And introduces, it's very important, introduces tourist guides to higher education for the first time. Until now, they were in only high school. Introduces chiefs to higher education for the first time. Until now, it was high school, mostly 3 years. The multidisciplinary of the study program is reflected in the curriculum, which includes, in addition to basic subjects from finance, accounting, entrepreneurship, management, IT, ICT, digital marketing, foreign languages, entrepreneurial orientation towards starting one's own business. It's very important for this studies. We have 3 directions of the study program and 3 occupations. First, tourist guides, 3-year study, 180 ECTS, manager of travel agency and organization, 240 ECTS, 4-year study, and gastronomy, patient, chief and master chief, 180 ECTS, 3 years study. Licensing of this study program, the University of Tuzla has received a license to conduct the study program in the Faculty of Tourism, Hospitality and Gastronomy, starting from academic year 2024-2025. Academic professional type, Bachelor of Tourism, Hospitality and Gastronomy, and the field of study is specified in the supplement. Yes. According to the first result of the surveys we conducted in high schools and social networks, there is great interest in this study program. And one master study, a new master study, halal quality management. Yes, the plan of the University of Tuzla includes the introduction of a master study in the field of halal quality, the academic year 2025-2026. Yeah. Professor Emeritus Nishat Yarasic and Dr. Damir Ali Hoji proposed the establishment of this master study. Given that the Islamic community in Bosnia and Herzegovina needs to give its approval for this study program, preliminary discussions were held with their representatives. The master study in halal quality management would be implemented as joint study program of the Islamic community in Bosnia and Herzegovina or the Agency for Halal Quality Certification and Halal Control GmbH, Germany, and University in Tuzla. Staff education on halal quality would be based on 3 basic pillars. First, Islamic teaching on halal. Second, modern technologies of production and processing, as well as distribution and circulation of halal products. Third, general principles and principles of the quality system of halal products. Yes. Study program would be conducted bilingually in Bosnian and English, with a combined model in class and online education. It is realized in the form 4+1, 60 ECTS, and 3+2, 120 ECTS. The need for staff of halal quality, presentation, potential students of the study program of the master's degree in halal quality auditors and consultants for the implementation of halal quality, lecturers of halal courses, managers in the production and processes of halal products, manager in the distribution and circulation of halal products, manager in hotels, restaurants that have received or want to receive a halal quality certification, the certificate. And more information about your FINRA Tuzla University. There are 4 faculties, Faculty of Economics, 2 study programs, Finance and Accounting, and Modern Management, and Digital Business, Faculty of Technical Sciences, 2 study programs, Software Engineering, Web Design and Multimedia, and third, Faculty of Tourism, Hospitality and Gastronomy study program, and the same Tourism, Hospitality and Gastronomy, and Faculty of Biotechnology, studies 2 study programs, Ecological Agriculture and Agrobusiness. And 2 master studies and 1 PhD study. 2 master study, Advanced Financial Management and Controlling, and Forensic Accounting and Auditing. PhD study, Economy and Digital Business, 3 modules, Financial Management and Controlling, Accounting and Auditing, and Management Digital Business. And some last information about first international conference, which we organized in Ferrara University on June 15th and 14th. It's the first international conference on topics sustainable development of a tourist destination. This international conference will become traditional and will be held every year at the University of Tuzla. On the first time of the conference, worked from the fields of tourism and hospitality and gastronomy and other related fields will be presented. While on the second day, a panel discussion will be held on the Pannonia Lakes in Tuzla. The goal of the conference is to strengthen and the capacity and the professional competencies of professionals in tourism, hospitality, and gastronomy. In these outline topics, I call you to right took one of these outline topics, and conclusion. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, in the region, there is an obvious lack of personnel in the field of tourism and gastronomy. There is a disorganization and inconsistency of regulation for the certification of the tourist guides. It is extremely important to adopt regulation in this area at the cantonal, federal, and state levels. University of Fina Tuzla has introduced a unique study program in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the region, tourism, hospitality, and gastronomy. Parallel to the increase in demand for halal products, there is also a need for formal and informal education, continuous education and personnel, professional training of personnel in the field of halal. University and finally, University of Fina Tuzla plans to introduce a master's degree in the field of halal quality in the academic year 2025-2026. Thank you for attention.
Fundamentally, I'm not very good at speaking at people. I'm a lot better speaking to people and with people. So I'd love the opportunity to speak to each and every one of you at dinner later on this evening. So today has been absolutely wonderful. Today has been so educational, some great valuable information about the halal industry and especially Bosnia. But my talk is going to be very short and very sweet. Today you've heard a lot of theory and you've heard a lot of technical aspects about the halal industry. I'm going to bring to you some very practical points about how to engage the Muslim consumer market from the UK to Bosnia based on our learnings over the last few years. So, my name is Munir Jahangir. I'm from a company called Algebra Consulting. Now, Algebra Consulting are experts in engaging the Muslim consumer market. The brands and verticals that we have under Algebra Consulting are British Islamic Trade Association, which governs all the halal trade in the UK, Muslim Travel Show, Salam Booking, Eid Festival London, World Halal Food Festival and London Shopping Festival. Now between all of those, we're hitting over 1.5 million Muslims per year. So that is the understanding we have of the UK Muslim consumer market. Now, you're saying, why are we talking about the UK Muslim consumer market? Well, frankly, just the travel alone, which is what I'm talking about today and in this talk, is over 300 billion, just from the UK Muslims alone for halal travel. Now, the point is how do we tap into that? How does Bosnia tap into that? Well, let's ask ourselves, why UK Muslims? Why are UK Muslims going to love Bosnia so much? And what is it about the UK Muslims that's different to the Muslims around the world? And why are they so lucrative to the tourism market? Well, they have a high disposable income. They have a higher than average disposable income, making them attractive to other countries around the globe. It's an untapped market. And thirdly, over 50% of the UK Muslim population is under the age of 13. And that's also prevalent around the world. You can do the multiplier effect and understand what the implications are going to be in the next few years with these kind of numbers. Now, why Bosnia in particular? Now, from the lens point of a UK person and a UK consumer, these are some of the points that are attractive to the UK customer. It's a halal-friendly destination. Full stop. You've got food. You've got the warmth of the hospitality. The hospitality in Bosnia is like nowhere else I have ever seen before. I've been very fortunate to travel around the world, and I can say that Bosnia has the most hospitable, kindest people in the world, but it's undiscovered. Secondly, I don't need to tell you, most of the people in the room are Bosnian here. The outstanding beauty in Bosnia is unbelievable. The greenery, the lakes, everything around, and everything, the culture, the richness in the scenery, it's phenomenal. And again, it's untapped, and it goes back to the points that some of my esteemed panelists were talking about marketing, and how we need to really market Bosnia to be the next big thing, which it is, in my opinion. The cultural richness in this country is beyond any other country. The Islamic heritage in this country, I don't need to explain to you. You guys know the Islamic heritage, and which you're so proud of showcasing. Now, we understand the audience. How do we connect to the audience? The UK Muslim audience is slightly different to the rest of the Muslim audience around the world. They have slightly different taste palettes, but they're easy to please, which is the good thing. Now, we're going to go back to one of the points that the panelists brought up earlier, marketing. It's about really hitting the nail on the head when it comes to marketing. It's about building brand awareness, building credibility, and driving consumer engagement. We're talking about partnership, we're talking about online media, we are talking about brand awareness, speaking with organizations such as Sarajevo, and working with them and the tour agencies, the hotels, together to make a maximum impact. Again, this goes down to partnerships. So, examples, you can do partnerships with Salam Booking, Halal Travel Guide, which are already working here, Muslim Travel Show in London, and Visit Sarajevo. These are some main points of contacts to develop partnerships and relationships. So, through partnerships, what you're doing is you're expanding your reach, you're enhancing authenticity, and you're fostering conversations and innovation, just like this event is doing here and now. More importantly, I really want to emphasize on this point, events. We are here in an event. There may be only a few people here, but these few people in this room are probably the most influential people in the industry, and that's where we need to start. Last year, I'll give you a story. Last year, I came here to the European Congress under Mr. Dino and Mr. Demir invited us down last year, and it was through that event last year that I developed so many relationships, and through that we managed to create 4 tours. We even managed to create a tour in Croatia, doing an event here. Now, coming to that event last year was so important, because without that event we wouldn't have had the relationships and the ability to do the Muslim Travel Show, where we brought Visit Sarajevo to London to showcase to the B2C audience. That would not be possible if it was not for this European Congress. So I would like to give a round of applause to Mr. Demir for making this happen. And more importantly, Dino there, BBI, ex-BBI Bank, who made this all possible. Now, again, the importance of events, the reason why it's important is exactly why this event is important. Building relationships, showcasing expertise, and staying relevant. And we can only do that if it's industry leaders like ourselves come together and spend time and foster innovation and network. I will leave you at one last point, the importance of events, this event and any event around the world that brings the halal consumer together and the halal industry. It's only through those connections that we can actually engage into the next step. Here you can see pictures of Visit Sarajevo at Muslim Travel Show. And again, I repeat, if it wasn't for this Congress, this event, which had 20,000 people and over 30 exhibitors from around the globe, for the Muslim travels industry would not be possible if I did not come to this event last year. So again, that is the importance of the events industry. I'd like to thank you all for listening, and I'd like to thank you all. I'd like to thank all the panelists, and more importantly, the organisers for making this happen. And thank you for waiting the last 5-10 minutes for the talk. I know you guys are very tired, but I'd love the opportunity to come and speak to you all at dinner. Thank you very much.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله سيدنا محمد بن عبد الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن اهتدى بهداه أما بعد. So as we have seen throughout the past day presentations, we can see that if we compare it to last year's Congress, we can see that there is a shift from the attention to halal into like a wider scope of the industry. It's not only the halal dimension. So even for the past, let's say, few years, 3-4 years, the halal dimension of the industry has been quite limited because the Islamic finance industry for the past 50 years has been really expanding and investing on the halal dimension, and we noticed that there is like a certain dimension that not really covered through just the monoscope of the halal or the halalization, as Brother Amr has mentioned in his presentation yesterday. So today my presentation is going to be trying to revisit the concept of halal, try to see what really works within it, what really needs to be added to it in order to make better exposure or better return on investment. So security, sovereignty, or sustainability of food in Islam. A call for the halal tayyib industry. So there are a lot of discourses that is really dominate the food security and the food governance model. So we will try to revisit each one of them, try to really problematize some of them, see how does it fit within the Muslim framework, and then we can really get to conclusions and see whether it really fits, what really fits within the Islamic mindset and what doesn't fit within it. So outline why food governance now. Why we are talking about food governance now. We started seeing such views in those who come from the UK. We saw this with the COVID lockdown. We started seeing the vulnerability of our food systems, that if any shock that happens in the market, then we can really reach starvation quite quickly. And what is really the problem there? What really has brought this vulnerability? And how we can integrate that within our our argumentation or our rationalization of the halal industry and the halal experts in this context. So here we can see the share of people living in urban and rural areas. We can see that in 2007, this is where the urban population surpassed the rural population of the world. What is the significance of that? This means that the majority of the global population now really depends on supply chains. If any disruption happens to the supply chain, to the food markets, then the majority of people become vulnerable to hunger and maybe starvation. We have seen, for example, what's really happening across the Muslim world because of lots of conflicts, lots of violence. Lots of people are on the brink of starvation. And this is primarily not only because of the violence, but again because of the really heavy dependence on food supply chains. And we need to think beyond just really the numbers, how much people need in food. We need as well to think of how we can get them access to food supply that doesn't really make them vulnerable to all of these shocks within the system. Again, this is another way we can see that the rural, now we have more urban people than rural, and if we compare that to the year 1500, we can see that the majority of the people back then were living in rural setting, and now the majority of the global population are living in urban settings. This means that we are really moving, yes, we are providing engineering solutions for bringing the exact amount of, or the needed amount of food for the people in the urban spaces. However, this is quite still a vulnerable position. This map shows the agricultural imports and exports. We can see those are in red or purple. They are pretty much the net importers of food. We can see that the majority, or almost half of the world's countries, they have, they are net importers, and they put them in quite a vulnerable position to the shocks in the food market. We can see quite surprising Egypt and Sudan, despite the fact they have Nile, and Nile is the longest and the most most prestigious water or river in the world, and they are net importers of food, and we can see the vulnerability they are in now, and they are really vulnerable within that. So this has to be taken into consideration when we really think about the halal industry. So certainly they are following halal rules, but the problem is there is a hidden dimension that's not really given much attention, which we will be discussing in our speech today. So, common arguments on food security. So, when you survey the literature, you can see that there are a lot of talks about resilience and adaptability. It's pretty much trying to see and to test how the environment can really be susceptible to shocks, and how our agriculture really impact the environment, and how the environment are resilient to the human activities, human economic activities, and when it really goes into because sometimes human activity can really reach a dead end that really can kill the ecosystem. So it's pretty much most of the research really revolve around the environment and these two dynamics. Types of resilience, engineering resilience, and socio-ecological resilience. So engineering resilience is how much needed for people. However, socio-ecological resilience is trying to bring the socio-ecological dimension to that formula, and trying to understand beyond just what's needed in the market. Resilience strategies, reformist versus transformationalist. Whether we need to reform our systems, just keep them as is, but try to fix them and keep going on, or really try to transform everything. Try to bring new thoughts, new ideas, new paradigms to our food production. Circular economy is another argument. Food sovereignty is one strong argument, as well as how nations really become sovereign over their food sources. Because if you see different countries, some countries are really vulnerable to foreign control, because simply they don't really own their destiny, because they are not importers of food. And if the foreign governments really decide to punish these countries, they can simply just cut the food supply to them. So food sovereignty is quite a substantial argument. Food sustainability, again, this is trying to bring the environmental dimension, this replaceability of the food systems, whether we are damaging the food systems or not. So what could be problematic within these different arguments in food security paradigm? One problem is the hegemonic neoliberalism. So neoliberalism pretty much thinks about controlling the supply, controlling markets, controlling commodities. So most of the solutions that and policies really used by them pretty much reflects this hegemonic. We want to control the supply chain, and even we have seen certain behaviors like some governments even throw food in the sea, in the ocean, just because they want to control the prices in the market. So this is because it's pretty much controlled by this hegemonic neoliberalist notion. Securitization, fear and inequality, sometimes some political parties, some politicians use fear in order to control the masses, because fear is really an easy product that you can really use across the board. It's like if you don't really elect me, you don't choose me for the office, then there will be doomsday behind me. So it's pretty much like an easy product to sell for the masses. And again, some of them it's really related to food. So if you don't really elect me and choose my policies, then eventually you will face starvation and face hunger. Greenwashing, again, greenwashing is trying to, despite the fact this is like quite a good concept, however, a lot of companies, they started playing. We have seen, for example, Volkswagen and the scandal they had back in 2015 with the emissions that they had, and eventually it costed everybody, it lost trust of the consumers, and it costed the company a lot. So greenwashing is happening, and it is quite damaging as well to some companies who are honest about their green policies. However, this is again one of the problematic lines. Individualism and greed, again, most of the economic new classical and new liberal or / new liberal policies and economics, as discussed by Professor Ali, is pretty much entrenched within this individualistic and greed. We are here not as a group, we are here as individuals, and everybody's mission on this planet is just to take as much as possible benefit from the surrounding, from the environment, from the economy, even from within the society itself. Hedonism is one last as well problem that we have identified. This is particularly related to some practices in Western economies. We have seen, for example, La Tomatina and Pamplona festivals, where they go through the streets and they start wasting as much as 130 tons of tomato every year just for having fun, because life is all about having fun for them. We have seen as well on social media, a lot of people are wasting lots of food just to have fun, just to have more views, and it is, unfortunately, it is causing a lot of harm to our food security and food situation. So, food discourse and Homo Islamicus. Homo Islamicus is pretty much straightforward. Homo is human in Greek, and Islamicus is the Islam, or a Muslim man. So this is the Muslim man, how a Muslim man really perceives food from the eyes of Islam. So here we can see that you have on the left-hand side we have the Homo Sociologicus. It's pretty much where it's based on Marxist arguments. So at the center, at the heart of this argument, or at the heart of a communist or a socialist, it's collectivism. So everybody should own everything. So there is a public ownership of everything. Then socialism is the way of how you distribute things to others. And at the end is the planned consumption. So if we take in the middle here the Homo Islamicus, at the heart of Homo Islamicus is the belief of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that we are believers in Allah, and Allah is the one who really tells us what to do and what not to do, what to avoid. Islam is the way, is the approach, is the practical things that you need to do in order to be a Muslim. And you have the ihsan, which is the utmost thing, which is the thing that really brings the beauty of, or the beauty dimension of Islam. While on the left-hand side, Homo economicus, we have at the heart is hedonistic individualism. This is what really differentiates the economic man, the man who thinks about just collecting as much materials as possible. And then capitalism is the way of distribution, how things are, how people are related to each other, how the resources are distributed. And mass consumption is the utmost aim. This is what we have to mass consume as much as we can because we have mass produced through lots of engineering solutions. Unfortunately, we can see that a lot of Muslim practices now pretty much are within the hedonistic individualism. We are influenced by capitalism, we are influenced by new capitalist and new liberal thoughts and beliefs, and it's largely the catalyst of that is now social media. Social media is really pushing this capitalist mode of thinking into the wider public. However, there are some good elements to social media as well. Do I still have time? 3 minutes. Okay. So the Homo Islamic rationalization, how we can bring this different dimension to it. So, as Muslims know that we have 3 types of Tawheed. The way we, the relationship between us and the Lord subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we have Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah, and Tawheed al-Asma' al-Sifat. Tawheed al-Rububiyyah is pretty much Allah is the Lord. He is the one who created us. And He is the one who owns us. While Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah is Allah is the Lord. He really tells us what to do and what not to do. So there are orders. You have to do this, you have to avoid that, you have to do that. And we as Muslims and believers, we have to follow the orders. And Tawheed al-Asma' al-Sifat, this is like the beauty dimension, this is the comprehensive dimension of anything that really needed for people in this life. So if we take, the whole purpose of really mapping this is to get the fiqh implication, the tayyib, the halal, and the wasatiyya. So we can see that the halal tayyib is, or the tayyib is the dimension that, and if we really map it to food, the food becomes tayyib not only when it really tastes good. Tayyib, it's mean purposeful. It has a purpose. It really can fit the human consumption, the needs that we have. Allah says in the Quran, "Kulu washrabu wa la tusrifu." So Allah tells us to eat and drink, but it doesn't stop there. "Wa la tusrifu." "Wa la tusrifu" is like a big dimension that we need to think of, because israf is, Allah despises israf. Allah despises this wastefulness. That is happening. So halal, certainly halal has been spoken. So halal is pretty much the bare minimum requirement for, it's the legal requirement. You have to eat halal, but it doesn't end there. It has to be purposeful as well. So when you eat, you need to make sure that the food you eat gives you health, gives you strength, gives you meaning for your life. And then we have the wasatiyya dimension, which is about Asma' al-Sifat, pretty much having this middle path that is needed to avoid wastefulness. So Islam and food policy. So we have concluded that Islam and Islamic food discourse, purposeful security, Iman and Tayyib, constructive sovereignty, Islam, and this is the halal dimension that we have seen, and the benevolent sustainability is the ihsan, or the wasat, and the sharing of food. So, the food policy in Islam should be pretty much circular, trying to concentrate on this food sustainability, food security, and food sovereignty all together. Food is not only just to feed the body, it has to give dignity as well to people. This is where food sovereignty comes handy. So we can see this circular wastage recycling, ecosystem enhancement, food production. So all of that needs to feed into each other and keep the circularity of this halal tayyib model. There is a hadith, Sayyidina Muhammad said that the food of one, the main purpose of using that is that we need to see what is really the bare minimum, the bare requirement that can be helpful in conceptualizing food policy. So there is a hadith in Sahih Muslim, طعام واحد يكفي اثنين. So the food of one suffices two, and the food of two suffices four, and the food of four suffices 8. So there is like a ratio there, like a mathematical ratio that is quite catchy. So here we can see that there is the 1-for-2 or the 50% minimum requirement to bring this sovereignty, sustainability of food system for food governance in Islam. So combining these two ratios, we can see that in order to achieve sovereignty, we need to at least have 50% of, based on this hadith, we should at least have 50% of the national required food to be produced locally, to make sure that there is sovereignty over our food sources. If things go wrong, then we can say, well, guess what? You know, King Faisal rahimahullah once said in 1973 that we can live without oil. We have our milk, we have our camels that give milk, and we have dates to suffice us. But because of this word, he was killed. Because, this is really has shown that, the food policy can be a penetrating point to have, that can compromise the sovereignty of a nation. And as Muslims, we should think of sovereignty of our food sources. So, trying to bring that and marry that to Maqasid al-Sharia model for food governance, we have chosen Al-Malik Najjar Maqasid Sharia framework, which is the latest conceptualization or rationalization of Maqasid Sharia, which consists of 4 Maqasid Sharia dimensions and 8 corollaries. And we have mapped it, because of time we're not going to go in detail, but we have mapped it, and we can see that different elements of the food policy can be really fit within these Maqasid Sharia framework to achieve benevolence, fairness, and moderation in consumption. Again, we have taken another hadith as well, when Sayyidina Muhammad said that مَا مَلَأَ ابْنِ آدَمَ وَعَاءً شَرًّا مِنْ بَطْنِهِ, the worst of the vessels that you can fill is is your stomach. So the least or the most that they can do is to fill it 1/3 for food, 1/3 for drink, and 1/3 for breath. So from that we can really do the multiplication in order to get the 50% required for the Muslim. Then again, this is like trying to understand and conceptualize what could really constitute the bare minimum, what is really can bring this food sovereignty and food sustainability to Muslim nations. And I'm not going to go in details because of time. Wasatiyya, again, we need to have wasatiyya in our food policy, and we have to use the wasatiyya as the benchmarking tool to make sure that what we have is not too little and not too much. It doesn't really compromise our needs, and it doesn't go beyond into the israf, as we can see here. So neither taqtir nor israf. And just to close the presentation, we can see here the Bosnian, the trade balance between of agro-food between the European Union and Bosnia. We can see that Bosnia really imports most of its, this is the exports from the European Union or from the EU perspective. So these are the exports into Bosnia, and these are the imports from Bosnia. We can see that the level of trade is quite, the gap in trade is quite vast. There is the deficit between imports and exports. This, despite the fact, if we go to the figures of the Bosnian Office for Statistics, we can see that it is still, if we compare the proposed model of 50-50, Bosnia is still on the safe side. It has 67%. However, if we see the compare it with figures of the European Union, we can see that there is like a big gap. Most likely this is from Croatia, because Croatia is just the next country and it is the biggest business partner with Bosnia. However, Bosnia can do better as well, can reduce this deficiency in balance of trade. And to conclude, the Homo Islamica's view on food policy is more human-centric rather than the mainstream process-centric. So we try to think of the human, we try to think about the environment, this socio-ecological dimension, to change behavioral patterns in their daily consumption. So through moderation, through justice, sharing and altruism, decentralizing development can reduce the strain of the public budget, which has been troubling governments since the global financial crisis. Again, decentralization has to be introduced within while we are thinking and making decisions about food policy. And finally, good governance requires an integrated, holistic approach that promotes food rights, but also food responsibility. We have to think of this balanced approach. We have rights and responsibilities, rather than just access to food rights. Thank you so much.